Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I begin in the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. I would like to greet you all with the Islamic salutation, Assalamu alaikum, which means may peace be upon you. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome each and every one of you to the Lahore Ahmadiyya Islamic Society's 2025 Annual Symposium. We are so grateful to have many of you who attend each year and join us, and we are equally thrilled to have many new faces with us here today. We are excited to present another interesting program, and we really hope that each one of you will enjoy your time with us today. As most of you are already aware, the Lahore Ahmadiyya Islamic Society, which is the U.S. branch of the international Lahore Ahmadiyya movement, works to educate people about the true spiritual basis of the Islamic faith. And although our work is international in scope, one way in which we do this locally is by hosting an annual symposium devoted to a topic about Islam that is relevant to some contemporary issue. In the past, our symposiums dealt with demystifying certain terms like jihad and Sharia that had become quite common in public discourse. We also addressed misperceptions and about certain concepts like that of an Islamic caliphate and human rights in Islam. We also discussed from an Islamic perspective popular issues in society like the connection between science and religion and lessons on civility and religious harmony. The last couple of years, our symposiums dealt with the subject of divine love and the notion advanced by Islam that our purpose in life is to attain union with the divine. Today, we will be addressing how Islam, which is often characterized as not only a religion, but a way of life, promotes wellness, healing, and inner peace through its various prescriptions. And we'll be expounding on how optimal wellness, that holistic state of complete well-being, can only be fully realized by attaining what the Holy Quran describes as a sound heart. But first, as is customary, we'd like to commence the program with the recitation of the Holy Quran. And I would like to call Sister Mardia, joining us from New Jersey, to please do that.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Mardia, and I will be reciting Surah Ash-Shu'ara, that's chapter 26, from verse 69 to 89. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم واتل عليهم نبع إبراهيم إذ قال لأبيه وقومه ما تعبدون قالوا نعبد أصناما فنظل الله الآخفين قال هل يسمعونكم إذ تدعون أو ينفعونكم أو يضرون قالوا بل وجدنا آباءنا كذلك يفعلون قال أفرأيتم ما كنتم تعبدون أنتم وآباؤكم الأقدمون فإنهم عدو لي إلا رب العالمين الذي خلقني فهو يهدين والذي هو يطعمني ويسقين وإذا مرضت فهو يشفين والذي يميتني ثم يحيين والذي أطمع أن يغفر لخطيئتي يوم الدين رب هب لي حكما والحقني بالصالحين واجعل لي لسان صدق في الآخرين واجعلني ورث جنة نعيم واغفر لأبي إنه كان من الضالين ولا تخزني يوم يبعثون يوم لا ينفع مال ولا بنون إلا من أتى الله بقلب سالمين. Sadaqallah al-Azim. This is the meaning of those verses. And recite to them the news of Abraham, when he said to his father and his people, "What do you worship?" They said, "We worship idols and remain to them devoted." They said, "Do they hear you when you supplicate? Or do they benefit you, or do they harm?" They said, "But we found our fathers doing thus." He said, "Then do you see what you have been worshiping, you and your ancient forefathers? Indeed, they are enemies to me, except the Lord of the worlds, who created me, and he who guides me. And it is he who feeds me and gives me drink, and when I am ill, it is he who cures me. And who will cause me to die and then bring me to life, and who I aspire that he will forgive me all my sin on the day of recompense." And he said, "My Lord, grant me authority and join me with the righteous, and grant me a mention or reputation of honor among later generations, and place me among the inheritors of the garden of pleasure, and forgive my father, indeed he has been of those astray, and do not disgrace me on the day they are all resurrected, the day when there will not benefit anyone wealth or children, but only one who comes to Allah with a sound heart." Thank you.
So before we start with the formal program, we have a special guest with us here today. It's a privilege to introduce Adam Miller, a U.S. Army veteran, attorney, and former four-term Ohio State Representative. Adam is a lifelong Ohioan, born and raised in Columbus. Adam recently launched his campaign for U.S. Congress, bringing him a legacy of service as a retired Army colonel with 29 years of service in the Army JAG Corps, including 2 tours in Afghanistan in 2004 and 2020. Adam has dedicated his life to public service. In the Ohio House, he co-founded the Veterans Caucus and led bipartisan efforts to repeal the death penalty, expand special education funding, and create Ohio's first statewide legal aid program for veterans. Adam's campaign is grounded in the belief that leadership should serve people, not special interests. He tries to engage in useful discussions with people holding widely varied views and opinions. Please join me in welcoming Adam Miller.
Thank you, brother. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, brothers and sisters. It's so important to be here today in support of this interfaith dialogue that Azil, you and the Islamic Society have held for 15, 20 years. And as a member of First Community Church, we are very, very supportive of this dialogue. And I know the Reverend Dick Wing really started this after some of the early 2001 global events, and it's led us to a path of real understanding between the faith communities. And as someone who's had the privilege of representing one of the largest Muslim communities in Central Ohio for 12 years, this is important work that you're doing today. I'm here to show support for your work and to show support for dialogue like this, because our country is not on the right track. 20 years ago, I went to Afghanistan, and my position there was Director of Humanitarian Aid and Law. And one of the most important things that General Austin asked me to do was find out what the communities need, what do the villages need. And I said, "Sir, we need to create a council of religious faith leaders and go listen to them." And the Council of Mullahs came and met with us, and they said, "Help our children. help our communities, help us. And when we created security down to the village level for education, for human rights, and to get food, to get assistance into those communities without corruption, we made a difference for the good. And now, 20 years later, when I see the United States Congress turn a blind eye to terrible injustice in the world, to awful, awful things that are against any legal norm, we must stop that. And I look, why is that happening? And it is one of the reasons is we do not have leaders in Congress who are willing to stand up and say, enough. We do not have, we have two people in the entire caucus who've served overseas in Afghanistan, Iraq, Qatar, Kuwait. I've served in those places. I've seen the power of humanitarian aid and the good the United States diplomacy does when we work together with everyone. We will be that country again very soon. But we need to work harder. We need to get our message out, and we need to listen to everyone and engage with all communities. So again, 3 minutes. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce myself. I want to thank some of my colleagues from First Community Church. Lee, would you raise your hand? Lee is here from First Community Church. Lee and I have been working together to promote interfaith dialogue for quite some time. And my colleague, Sarah Cherry, is in the back. Sarah has worked with me for 8 years in the Ohio legislature. So again, just know that there are experienced people who've worked in public life, who stood up to corruption and have stood up to evil and have succeeded and fought. And once again, as we are all people of the book, we will be one nation under God with liberty and justice for all. Once again, thank you.
Appreciate it. Yep. Thank you so much, Mr. Miller. And I'll just add that Lee Veselius and his wife Anna have been attending our symposiums for as long as I can remember. I mean, the 15, 20 years we've been doing this, they've been regulars. The first presentation is by yours truly. I'll be providing an introduction to the subject that we'll be addressing today. I thought I'd share with you a story before I begin. Now, many of you know I grew up in an interfaith environment. My mother was a convert to Islam. Her family's Christian. But I also grew up in a very multicultural neighborhood, very diverse. But oddly, my brother and I were the only kids on our block. So every time something went wrong, baseball through a window, bike marks through a garden patch, they know who to blame. Now, on our block, there was also a pastor, this fascinating man. He was an elderly man. And one day at a community event, he had this fascinating way of engaging in theological discussions by just simply raising a question. So one day at this community event, I must have been about 5 years old. So he looks to me and he says, "Where is God?" I'm 5. He asked again, "Where is God?" I turned around, ran back home, into my room, in my closet, closed the doors. My brother comes running back, after me. He opens the closet doors and he says, "What happened?" I said, "Dude, we're in big trouble this time. The pastor's God is missing and they think we did it." All right, moving on to the importance of wellness, something that is widely recognized in contemporary times. It's understood that people need to actively pursue choices and lifestyles that promote better overall health. And that includes physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual well-being. Whether it is performing mindful and contemplative practices like meditation, engaging in relaxation rituals like yoga, creating a positive mindset by reciting daily affirmations, making deliberate choices about a healthy diet or an exercise routine. Society today appreciates that these types of conscientious efforts are extremely beneficial to achieving a fulfilling life of well-being. Now, Islam, through its various prescriptions, advances a lifestyle that is very much aligned with this holistic approach to wellness. And this is not always appreciated even by Muslims themselves. Interestingly, the word Islam reveals this association with the notion of wellness. The word Islam has two meanings, both of which are significant. It means peace and it means submission. It incorporates two corresponding ideas, one being the goal and the other being the means to achieve that goal. Peace, a state of complete wellness, is the goal. And submitting to God's will by following the divine guidance provided to us is the means to achieve it. And this state of peace is often characterized in the Quran as a condition in which one is free from fear and grief, as is shown in these verses. So we're told that those who take advantage of the guidance provided by God can achieve a state of peace in which neither fear or anxiety nor grief or depression, conditions that are so prevalent in society today, will control their lives. And this is a principle of universal application. Achieving this state of inner peace, a condition in which the anxieties and depressions normally inherent in daily life no longer rule over us, is not something that is only limited to Muslims. We are told that anyone who submits to following the divine guidance benefits from this resulting reward of a state of inner peace, as is shown in these verses. Now, the guidance as presented in Islam prescribes a way of life that nurtures the whole self. It aims at providing physical well-being, emotional resilience, mental clarity, and a spiritual grounding. All of Islam's prescriptions, whether it be the daily prayers, directions on charity, fasting, and pilgrimage, the dietary guidance, the restrictions on the consumption of intoxicating substances, gambling, and other addictive activities, and equally important, the belief system that reinforces a positive perspective on life and a constructive outlook on its purpose. All of these prescriptions are aimed at achieving this goal of complete wellness and lasting peace. But the Quran is very explicit in that such prescriptions, to be meaningful and productive, are not to be performed ritualistically. Rather, they are to be practiced with clear purpose and intention. The objective being to transform the inner self. This is pointedly reflected by the Holy Quran, admonishing those who do not adhere to the true spirit underlying the prescriptions and who are not authentic in their practices. It states, "Hast thou seen him who belies religion? That is the one who is rough to the orphan and urges not the feeding of the poor, of the needy. So woe to the praying ones who are unmindful of their prayer, who do good to be seen and refrain from acts of kindness." It is this transformation of becoming more self-aware in our actions and selfless in our personality by detaching oneself from purely materialistic pursuits, we are told, that provide for lasting peace, harmony, and tranquility. That state of complete wellness that is so earnestly sought after today by so many. And the Holy Quran characterizes the attainment of this state of lasting peace as that of a sound heart, or in Arabic, qalbun salim. And this description of a sound heart is rather profound. The significance of the heart in Islam is more than just an organ that pumps blood throughout the body. It is viewed as the center of the spiritual essence of man. The Holy Prophet Muhammad is recorded as saying, "There lies within the body a piece of flesh. If it is sound, the whole body is sound. And if it is corrupted, the whole body is corrupted. Verily, this piece is the heart." The heart is considered the spiritual core for insight, comprehension, and connection with the divine. Hazrat Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, the founder of the Ahmadiyya movement in Islam, explained this concept of the heart being the spiritual core of man. He writes, "The word qalb, which is used for heart in Arabic, has two meanings. There is the apparent or physical meaning, and then there is the spiritual meaning. The apparent meaning is one of turning about, since it is the heart that causes the circulation of blood in our bodies. In the spiritual sense, the word qalb implies that any spiritual progress an individual hopes to achieve can only be attained through the power of the heart. And as the circulation of blood, which is critical to sustain human life, is powered by the heart, in the same manner, all forms of spiritual advancement are dependent on the power of the heart." He further contrasts the rational faculties of the brain with the comprehension abilities of the heart. He writes, "There are certain philosophers in this day and age who attribute all positive advancement to the brain. However, such people do not realize that the brain only possesses the ability to weigh arguments and evidence. Although it is the brain that possesses the faculty of reflection and retention, it is the heart that possesses a unique quality which advances it to a superior position. The mind follows a forced mechanical process, while the heart is free of this and functions in an unforced natural way. It is for this reason that the heart holds an affinity with the divine and is able to determine the truth merely through its faculty of sense, without any evidence or proof. This is why it is narrated in a hadith, 'Seek a verdict from your heart.' The instruction is not to seek a verdict from your brain. It is the heart with which a connection with the divine is linked. This is a deep concept and indeed can be difficult to understand, but those who are experienced in purifying the soul know that all good values inherently exist within the heart. If the heart had not possessed these powers, the very being of human itself would be without purpose." And this view of the heart possessing the faculty of understanding, just as the ear possesses the faculty of hearing and the eyes possess the faculty of sight, is repeatedly reinforced in the Holy Quran by the use of the phrase, the ears, the eyes, and the hearts. And here are just a few examples. So the heart is included with the sensory organs of the ears and the eyes. And in the spiritual tradition of Islam, there is a deeper spiritual significance to this reference as well. It is considered a metaphor for levels of faith. The ears symbolize the lower level of faith. It refers to when one accepts truth based on hearing it from others. The eyes then symbolize a medium level of faith. It refers to when one accepts a truth based on seeing it for themselves. But it is the heart that symbolizes the highest level of faith. It refers to one when one is immersed in the truth, not simply as a witness from the outside, but as one personally experiencing it, so that it embodies one's essence and becomes a part of one's being. So even in this spiritual interpretation of the reference to the ears, the eyes, and the heart, it is the heart that is viewed as the ultimate seat of spiritual comprehension and recognition of the divine. It is the place from which the divine connection or union is most completely formed. And this is why in the spiritual tradition of Islam, God is not considered to exist somewhere on the outside, far away, but rather is considered to reside within each person, particularly within the heart of man. The Holy Prophet Muhammad is reported to have relayed the following words as spoken by God. Neither my earth nor my heavens can contain me, but what does contain me is the heart of a believing servant. And the writings from Muslim saintly personalities throughout history are replete with such sentiments on the direct connection between God and the heart of each person. A renowned Sufi from the Indian subcontinent named Bulle Shah famously stated, "Tear down mosques, tear down temples too, break all that divides, but do not break the human heart, as it is there that God resides." So what exactly is a sound heart? What comprises the state of peace and contentment to which the Quran refers? The concept of a sound heart is understood as a condition of purity. It is a condition in which a person becomes selfless, giving up their purely materialistic desires solely for the aspiration of becoming one with God. The term a sound heart, or qalbun salim in Arabic, is found in a verse in which the Quran, which refers to a prayer by Prophet Abraham, the patriarch of the Jewish, Christian, and Islamic traditions, as is shown in that slide. Now, in this prayer, Prophet Abraham speaks of the day of resurrection, the day when all souls will be held accountable for their deeds. And he describes it as a day when neither wealth nor children will avail a person, meaning no material possessions or physical attachments of this world will be of any benefit. But what will be of value on that day will be one possessing a sound heart. So a sound heart is a condition of detachment, of the materialistic clutter that distracts humans from their divine purpose. It is a condition of acceptance of all the hardships one may encounter in life and of gratitude, knowing that all the struggles inherent in life only serve for the purpose of facilitating closeness to the divine. A beautiful illustration of this condition of a sound heart is found in an anecdote from the life of Hazrat Abdul Qadir Jilani, a great saintly Muslim theologian from the 11th century. One day, Abdul Qadir Jilani was in the midst of giving lessons to some students. A messenger came running to him and relayed that one of his ships that contained merchandise had sunk. Upon hearing this, Abdul Qadir Jilani was quiet, and after some contemplation said, "Alhamdulillah," which means all praise is due to God. It's a reference or a term used when one wants to show thanks to God. A little later, the messenger came running back, and he relayed that the previous news was incorrect, and that his ship actually did not sink. And upon hearing this, Abdul Qadir Jilani became quiet, and after some contemplation again said, "Alhamdulillah," thanking God. Now after the session, some of his students asked him, why did he say Alhamdulillah, thanking God upon hearing both good and bad news? So then he explained that when he received the first message about his ship sinking, he searched within his heart to see if he was affected by any extreme sadness or distress by this material loss. And upon not finding any sadness, he thanked God. And when he received the second message about the ship not sinking, he searched within his heart to see if he was affected by any extreme happiness by this material gain. And upon not finding any, he again thanked God. So the lesson was that Abdul Qadir Jilani was not thinking about any material gain or loss. He was only concerned about the condition of his heart. And upon finding his heart being sound, loyal only to pleasing God and relying on God alone, he was content and thanked God by stating, Alhamdulillah. Now, as I mentioned earlier, all of Islam's prescriptions for how to live a life of wellness is aimed at producing this peaceful condition of a sound heart. This, according to Islam, is the key to optimal wellness, an aspect of well-being that is often neglected. It is the spiritual component that is necessary for attaining a lasting state of peace and contentment. And we can see how Islam aims at nurturing this condition of wellness by cultivating a sound heart, by taking the example of the 5 pillars of Islam. The first pillar is that of Shahada. It is the affirmation of faith that there is only one true God and that Muhammad is a true messenger of God. Now, the Shahada provides a clear purpose in life, an element necessary in life for well-being. To truly believe in God, one must submit to the will of God and nothing else, whether it be desires for wealth, power, fame, or what have you. It is to detach from the clutter of daily distractions from one's true purpose. And it exemplifies the true meaning of detachment in the wellness context. It does not mean that you own nothing. It means that nothing owns you but God. And affirming belief in Prophet Muhammad as a messenger of God indicates that one accepts the Holy Prophet as a perfect exemplar of how to live a life that follows God's guidance and aspire to achieve the ultimate state of peace. And this goal of submitting to God instead of one's purely materialistic desires is certainly not easy. It requires steady work to transform the inner self. And the remaining 4 pillars of Islam then provide specific mechanisms by which this purpose may be fulfilled. And the resulting transformation of the heart may be accomplished. The second pillar is that of salat, or prayer. The Islamic mode of prayer is a meditative and contemplative exercise. It is a means by which one communicates and develops a personal relationship with the divine. It provides for one to literally ground themselves by placing their forehead to the ground 5 times a day, every day, in prostration before God, and reminding oneself of his or her true purpose. In the Islamic tradition, prayer is spoken of as munajat, meaning confidential discourse with God. And the Quran actually describes the peace within that is created through prayer as the heart at rest. The third pillar is that of zakat, or charity. It is a requirement that every adult Muslim give 2.5% of their accumulated annual wealth for purposes of helping those less fortunate. The word zakat, it literally means it grew, in reference to a plant, and it signifies growing in purity through giving. It is understood that helping others is a cleansing, not to be considered a burden, but as a blessed opportunity. The fourth pillar is that of Som, or fasting during the month of Ramadan. The month of Ramadan each year is devoted for the purpose of spiritual renewal. It is a boot camp for the soul, if you will. A month-long training for the moral disciplining of one's thoughts and actions and the furthering of self-control over one's physical desires. It comprises abstaining from the most basic desires, food, drink, sexual relations, during the day for an entire month. In multiple instances, the Quran refers to those who fast as sa'i, meaning spiritual wayfarers. The practical lesson intended to be learned is that rather than being a slave to one's appetites and desires, one should condition themselves to be their master. The discipline achieved through this month of training is then able to be applied to all aspects of life for the remainder of the year. And it is an experience that cannot but awaken sympathy for the underprivileged in the hearts of the devotees and inculcate a sense of gratitude for all that one has. And finally, the fifth pillar is that of Hajj, or pilgrimage to Mecca. The chief features of the Hajj focus around the Kaaba, the cube-like building draped in a black curtain near the center of the sacred mosque in Mecca, and Abraham, the patriarch of the monotheistic faith. The Quran states that the Kaaba is located where man built the very first house of worship to God. And Islamic tradition further explains that this place of worship to God later became used for storing idols, and after some time was reduced to a dilapidated state. And that it was Abraham and his son Ishmael who rebuilt the Kaaba, restored it to a house of devotion to God alone, and enjoined the ceremonial rites of the pilgrimage. So from the first pillar to the fifth, we come full circle. We start with the profession of faith in one God, and we end with pilgrimage to the sacred site dedicated by Abraham for worshiping one God. Just as Abraham cleared the Kaaba of idols, the pilgrims appreciate the spiritual significance of attending the sacred mosque with their hearts cleansed of the idols and vices within. Imam Jafar al-Sadiq, a very influential Muslim theologian of the 8th century, explained, "A sound heart, qalbun salim, is a heart that meets its Lord while empty of anything other than him." And this is what the Hajj symbolizes. As they circle the Kaaba, the pilgrims recite the words, "Labbaika Allahumma labbaika." Here we are, O God, here we are in thy presence. The Hajj is symbolic of the pinnacle of the spiritual progress when one attains a sound heart. And the remaining presentations today will explore different aspects of Islam's prescriptions that are intended to facilitate achieving this state of complete wellness and inner peace, a condition of a sound heart. So we hope the lessons we share today will be appreciated by all, persons of all faiths and no faith alike, and will provide a valuable lens from which the prescriptions of Islam may be viewed. Which brings me to an end to my introduction. I thank you very much. Our next presentation is on the Islamic daily prayer and how it provides for a meditative and contemplative experience that has a grounding and reflective effect throughout one's day. Our presenter is Maulana Kamal Haidal. Maulana Haidal is joining us from Trinidad. He is a pillar of the Lahore Ahmadiyya movement. He studied at our center in Lahore, Pakistan, I think over 50 years ago, and has been performing missionary work for the movement ever since. He is a powerful speaker, as you will hear and see, and we are so grateful for his participation and contributions today. I present to you Maulana Kamal Haidal.
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدًا عبده ورسوله أما بعد فأعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم أقم الصلاة لدلوك الشمس إلى غسق الليل وقرآن الفجر إن قرآن الفجر كان مشهودا ومن الليل فتهجد به نافلة لك عسى أن يبعثك ربك مقاما محمودا صدق الله العلي العظيم وصدق رسوله النبي الكريم ونحن على ذلك من الشاهدين. I bear evidence that no God is there other than Allah. I bear evidence that Muhammad is the messenger of Allah, after whom no prophet, old or new, will come. And I begin in the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. My dear sisters and brothers all, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. May the peace and blessings of God be upon each and every one of us here this morning as we have come to focus on this very important theme organized by the Lahore Ahmadiyya Islamic Society. I may point out that in the introductory remarks given by Colonel Adam Miller, he mentioned that one of the challenges that we face in the world today in bringing about harmony rather than hostility among all human beings is the fact that there are some people who just refuse to look at things from a different perspective. And he mentioned some of the political and religious environment that he is familiar with. Perhaps, I know he has left, but perhaps those of you who are his associates can take back this message to him and to yourself, that we of the Ahmadiyya movement are faced with the same challenge, a similar challenge in Islam, and that there are concepts of Islam which are promoting hostility. And many Muslims do not have the courage to stand up against those false teachings because there is an idea that all Muslims are brothers and we cannot speak ill of any one of our brothers. The Ahmadiyya movement is different, and that's why you are here. Now, first of all, there are many of you here who were born in the East, or your parents were born in the East, and you came to the West in order to pursue knowledge and economic improvement and a higher standard of life. I was born in the West, and I traveled to the East to look at life from a different perspective, to look at life not for so much in the knowledge of the scientific world only and in the development of our material aspect of life, but I was searching for the improvement of the human personality and its relationship with God. I have found that in my association with the Ahmadiyya movement and came back to the West and have dedicated my life over the last 50 years to explain what this is all about. When we say we are an organization founded by a gentleman by the name of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, you must note that his major claim was that he came in fulfillment of the prophecies of the second coming of Jesus, the return of Jesus. And why is that important? For two reasons. One is that on one side, there are popular expectations of Jesus Christ returning in order to promote and enhance the Christian faith that is supposed to be following his teachings. And on the other hand, Muslims expect the same personality to come to promote Islam and destroy Christianity. So the same person is expected to come to do diametrically opposite things. And the concept of the second coming of Jesus is really associated with apocalypse, Armageddon, wars, killing, fighting. We of the Ahmadiyya movement, and in Trinidad we are celebrating this year our 50th year of existence, and we'll be having an international convention in 2 weeks' time. And the theme of that convention is the return of Jesus, a recipe for peace. Nobody has ever thought that Jesus Christ can come in this world and rather than promoting hostility, promote harmony. No wars, no killing, no fighting, but Christians, Muslims, Hindus, Jews, atheists, all people living in harmony. And it is in the explanation of the teachings of the Quran of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad that we have found the solution to offering to the world a concept of peace. I wouldn't go into the details of his claims. That having made that introduction, I'm sure you would want to pursue it further. But I must say that before I make my presentation, there are 4 words or 4 concepts I'd like to explain, and I would like you to remember them. The first is the word Allah, which is the personal name of God. Some of that was dealt with yesterday by, I think, some of our youths. But the word Allah means that existence that contains all attributes of perfection. And by attributes, I mean, or qualities, love, truth, forgiveness, justice, patience, kindness, and a host of them. These are not material things. They didn't come into the world through the Big Bang. They are not to be found in mountains, in the grocery shop, or in any material thing. Yet still, human beings cannot live without love, truth, patience, and kindness. Where did it come from? This is what the Quran and all scriptures teach us. God is truth. God is forgiving. They are the attributes that exist in they are attributes that are there in an existence that controls the entire universe, this world as well as in the hereafter. The second word I'd like you to remember, so whenever I use the word Allah, I am referring to all of his attributes. The second word I'd like you to pay attention to is the word Rabb in Arabic. We use the word Rabb and translate it as Lord. We do not consider God to be a father for the simple reason that when the Prophet Muhammad came, fatherhood was not a good concept, because fathers would take their babies, their girl children, and bury them alive. And so the Quran itself giving us the word Ab, which means father, as an attribute of God, gave us the word Rabb, which means that being that creates everything out of nothing and then nurtures it until it reaches its seed. So a seed is created, everything necessary for that to grow into a plant, the air, the soil, the water, everything that is needed is provided by that being. So the word Rabb means the nurturer, and I would prefer to use this word. The third word I'd like you to keep in mind as I speak is the word Islam. It is translated as peace. But Islam means external peace. When we live in harmony with each other, without harmony, not hostility. The Quran tells us, do not say you are a Muslim, you live in Islam, and faith has not entered into your hearts. So if you say you're Muslim, it doesn't mean that faith has entered into your heart. What is faith? The Arabic word, the fourth word I would like to let you know, is the word Iman, which means the inner peace that you have, that you can tolerate your community and society, your offenses, your challenges in life. So Islam means the external peace that we have, and Iman means the internal peace that we have. And so the Quran tells us, Ya ayyuhallazina amanu, la tumutunna illa wa antum muslimun. Those of you who have inner peace, do not let your life bring about a cessation of the development of your personality until you also exist externally in living in harmony with people. And so, my dear sisters and brothers, I have read to you a verse of the Quran dealing with the topic that I have been given, the subject of prayer. And I interpret this verse as follows. Let prayer be observed from the waning of the sunshine until the blackness of night, and the reciting at dawn. Indeed, the reciting at dawn is certified, but at night too, fight off sleep with it more than you can handle. It is how your nurturer, your Rabb, will awaken you to a praiseworthy status. Maqam Mahmud. The Quran in chapter 17 indicates this. I want, before I go further and delve further into this particular topic, to compliment Fazil and to thank him and his team for the selection of what we are discussing here today, mindfulness and mental wellness. And the reason for that is because science today is searching for effective mindfulness and mental wellness. In fact, this research has been going on for over the past 30 years. And mindfulness, there have been different terminologies used in discussing mindfulness and mental wellness. There is which is mindfulness meditation, and that has been used in therapies aimed at impulse control and the behavioral or emotional regulation for the various mental health challenges that we know so many people, young people especially, face in the world today. Psychiatric conditions such as attention deficit, hyperactivity disorder, bipolar spectrum disorders, and substance abuse, including behaviors such as gambling and sexual addiction and binge eating, aggression, inattention, and substance use or abuse, as some people call it. All of these things are being researched as to how we can change human personality to face the challenges that occur so daily in almost every country in the world. But in the research that has been done and which I have explored on so many papers that have been presented, one of the things that I noticed, and Fazil mentioned it a while ago, is the focus is on the brain and neuroplasticity, how the brain adjusts and changes depending upon the different therapies that are applied. But when it comes to the influence of religious meditation and religious practices, the research has focused primarily on Buddhism, Buddhist practices, Zen Buddhism, and others, and yoga, and other forms of meditation. In that research, they have identified certain scientific terms, and each one of these are being explored. Tests are being done, research is being done. One is EFT, which is emotional freedom techniques, and that requires self-help therapy, verbal and physical procedures, and telling oneself, making a confession, which is also done in some religious views. Confessing your sins, the Quran mentions that. In the very first creation of the human being, it says, رَبَّنَا زَلَمْنَا أَنفُسِنَا وَإِن لَّمْ تَغْفِرْ لَنَا وَتَرْحَمْنَا لَنَكُونَنَّ مِنَ الْخَاسِرِينَ. That when human beings were first created, and what is called sin in some religions, which is called in Islam an attitude of forgetfulness, Adam said, representative of the human personality, our nurturer, we have put ourselves in the dark, and had you not protected us from our weakness and healed us, we would have been of the failed ones. So the Quran gives us the answers to some of what scientific research is doing, and we would like to guide the scientific world to the teachings of the Quran. So that will help them to discover what they're searching for. And they do admit that much of the research, which I'll mention in just a while, has had certain setbacks. So mindfulness meditation requires the development of impulse control to act quickly and spontaneously. That people must function in a way in which it becomes a part of your nature. And Mirza Ghulam Ahmad has explained this when he explained the verse of the Quran that says, وَإِيتَاءِ ذِي الْقُرْبَى, normally translated as doing good to your relatives. But it really means just as a child, by nature, will search for the milk of the mother's breast, so human beings should function in a natural way of doing good to all human beings, regardless of what. The mother will give that milk even if the child kicks it in its face. And so human beings must function, even if you have an opponent, that you should do good towards them. I wouldn't elaborate on that. Many of you know it, but for those of you who want, we can go further into explaining this. I know my time is limited and I cannot deal with everything. So I'm just outlining certain principles that you can pursue in your search, in our search for peace and harmony, and all of these are found in the Quran. There are other methods which are mindfulness meditation deals with self-discipline, mentioned by Fazil again in fasting, in promoting healthier eating habits and reducing food cravings, which again, those are issues that affect the mind of the individual. There are other methods which deal with focused attention, summarized as FA, or open monitoring, OM, and loving kindness and compassion, LK/C. All of these are different forms of meditation that the scientific world has been pursuing, giving names to each and having researchers focus on all of these. But with all of these, there are setbacks and contraindications. Somehow, the solution eludes the scientific world. And the Quran also identifies that, the setbacks. Because my topic is prayer, and we would think that prayer is a solution to all of these problems. We can easily say that. Just pray to God. The Quran says, no, there are setbacks in that as well. فَوَيْلٌ لِلْمُصَلِّينَ الَّذِينَ هُمْ عَنْ صَلَاتِهِمْ سَاهُونَ. That indeed you will find that woe be unto those, or how sad it is for those who just utter their prayers, who go through just a ritual. Whatever faith you belong to, it's just a ritual. It has no impact on the human personality. It has no impact on the human mind. It has little effect. It is not translated into effective action. So the Quran does deal with the adverse effects of meditation and neurobiological changes, when it points out to us that not all religious practices will be effective. It's like if you're ill, you go to a doctor to get treatment. There are certain conditions that are necessary. First of all, the nature and extent of the illness. Secondly, the health of the patient. Is it old? Are they young? What are their challenges? Are they suffering from diseases, diabetes, or weak heart, or whatever it is? The competence of the doctor, his experience, his knowledge, the effectiveness of the medication. All of these put together would contribute towards a sound physical health. But as I've pointed out, that doctors can only deal with the physical human body. The Quran tells us that it is Allah who takes your soul. Allah has control over the human personality, and that is a component that is extremely important, and scientific world should look towards that as a solution, as an added incentive to be able to find a solution to the problems of the modern world. So my dear sisters and brothers, let us realize that mental wellness is not the opposite of mental illness. Mental wellness is not the opposite of mental illness. What in fact is mindfulness and mental wellness? It is the cultivation of a healthy mind, a qalb salim, a healthy mind, and health is not the absence of disease. Health is not the absence of disease. Health is the effective management of disease. So when you can manage your diseases with your challenges, your physical, mental, economic, whatever challenges you have in life, you use your mind in order to control those situations and deal with them. What is required, therefore, is where do you get the empowerment of the mind so that you can face the challenges of life? We know people are so conscious of maintaining their physical health and by controlling their diets, by exercising and so forth. It makes sense, therefore, to try to cultivate the corresponding positive mental attitudes as well. And so positive mental attitude requires indeed addressing one's personality development with the attributes of Allah, which the Quran describes as Sibgat Allah. Baptize yourself. Immerse yourself in the attributes of God. Love, kindness, striving hard. Someone once pointed out to me that they saw an individual who was afflicted with a major disease and said, what I notice about that individual is that they are always working for the welfare of others. And that alone helps you to manage your disease because you're striving to be better so that I can serve others. So there are many things that we are taught in the Quran to be able to manage our challenges in life, particularly when it comes to mental health. And so the Quran says that we have to come to Allah with a steadfast mind, a mind that is fixed and determined. Again, that's the translation I gave of Qalb Salim, and the Quran refers to it as a prayer of Abraham, or the response of the people of Abraham. Abraham came to his nurturer with a steadfast mind, with a Qalb Salim, a strong heart, a heart that was steadfast and was there, determined even at his old age to have progeny and to do so many things. Again, I wouldn't go into details about that. But the Quran provides a mechanism to raise a people from decadence and falsehood in the concept of God. That was the challenge that Muhammad faced. Concept of God is what we call shirk, which means ungodliness. Instead of being forgiving, they were revengeful. Instead of being peaceful, they were warlike. Instead of being patient, they were rash. Instead of being charitable, they would be robbing and stealing. So shirk is the opposite development of the attributes of God within an individual. And this is the cause of crime and hostility and hatred. Because people, not that they do not believe in God, not that they are lacking in their worship of God, it is that they are developing in their personality attributes which are contrary and opposite to the attributes of God. So the purpose of religion is to present God as a being of attributes, and how we attain closeness to God by having a relation. How do we bring those attributes into our lives? And therefore, we must realize that there's no material resource that could bring a people to God, not even miracles. People are searching for ways to find God. And so the Quran wants us to understand that God is a being that is reachable. I am familiar with, often love a verse of the Quran in chapter 19 in the words of Zacharias, a prophet of God who existed at the time of Jesus, just as John. And he said, my Lord, I have never been unsuccessful in my prayer. So when I talk to you about prayer today, it is not from an academic point of view. It is from an experience that I have lived, and I wouldn't give you the examples here today, but in probably private conversation, I can give you many and numerous instances how God has interacted and responded not only to my prayer, but to prayers of others that I have taught and who have interacted with God and have had their prayers answered as well. And it does not apply only to mental diseases and physical diseases. Even if your computer breaks down, there are ways in which you can have that. Perhaps I can give you one example. I mentioned to Fazil just before I came here, one of the challenges that I face is that someone hacked into my bank account and quite a large sum of money was removed. I didn't know what to do. Again, resorted to prayer. It took a while, and prayer requires action. Going to the bank, making a report. They had to investigate, and they assured me that the funds would be returned. Whatever the outcome, whether they recovered it or however it is, but they gave me the assurance, and just before I came here, that occurred. So God guides you into utilizing the resources that you have in order to achieve the goals that you want. So how you live your religion determines whether you can hurt others or be hurt. And one finds God, one does not find God in a book of religion, nor can one find God in a church, in a mosque, in a temple, as Fazil pointed out, or in a murti, in a cross, in an idol. Where does one find God? Do not look outside of your help for Allah, who is within you, within your heart. That heart must be qalb. Another place it calls it sakina, calmness of heart. So that the God you worship is the person you are. The God you worship must be the person that you become. If I worship a loving God, I must be loving. If I worship a kind God, a charitable God, then I must be kind. My behavior, my human personality must reflect the attributes of God. Sibgat Allah, the Quran says. Sibga means to immerse something. To immerse a piece of cloth, for example, in dye. When you take it out, it takes the color of the dye. What we call baptism in other faith systems. Immerse yourself in the attributes of God, and you come out with those attributes in your own human personality. But they don't come about just like that. It is in interaction with our fellow human beings that we develop the attributes of God. By forgiveness, with you and I. If you don't offend me, how can I forgive you? You cannot live in a mountain and develop the attributes of God. You have to interact with the human community and society. So the purpose of religion is not to condemn or criticize other systems of faith. The first purpose of religion is to give the correct understanding of the nature of God, and which the Quran points out to us in the very first revelation. Ikra bismi rabbika allazi. Provide information about the attributes of God. That was the first command given to the Prophet Muhammad. Not to pray, not to fast, not to give charity. In fact, for the first 10 years, Muslims were Muslims, dedicated Muslims, and they never did on any of these things, and we cannot deny. In fact, Islam became perfected almost just about 23 years afterwards. And there were Muslims who followed Islam even though the Quran was not fully revealed. So you may not know the entire Quran, but you can develop your human personality. So that we find that the Quran points out to us that the attributes of Allah are what nurtures mental wellness. And so, my dear sisters and brothers, the second purpose of religion is to build our own character and personality to become healthier and better human beings. The third purpose of religion is to bring us into union with God through prayer. And prayer is called Salah in Islam, and it helps us how to manage our time. As Fazil had said, you have 5 times prayer. And you also have, people are creatures of habit. They get up at the same time every day. They make the same meal for breakfast. They drive the same route to work. Morning rush might be the reason you are unhappy throughout the day, because you're stuck in the traffic jam or so, you're unhappy. And sometimes you adopt the attitude, my goodness, look at the time. Rushing always around like a maniac from the morning is a way to ruin your day. You get up and you don't have peace. You don't have a steadfast mind, because issues are there. And you're not an ill person. You're not a psychiatric patient. You're not a mental patient. You're a normal human being, but you are interacting in a negative way with your surrounding and your environment. And so you upset your entire self throughout the day because of that beginning attitude. And so prayer is given to us at certain times so that it helps to calm our mind in order that we can focus on our responsibilities. My dear sisters and brothers, I have asked Fazil for 40 minutes. It's now 30 minutes. And if I am given that extra 10 minutes, I'll try to explain a little more for you about the Islamic form of prayer and how it can be effective in developing mindfulness and mental wellness. Because prayer can distance you from small things that may be negatively impacting upon your day and helping you to feel more calm and to be at peace. I have found it. I'm a speaker for 50 years, giving lectures all over. And sometimes I find I've not done enough research. I don't have the answers to the topic that I'm going to give. And where I falter in my research and preparation, I turn to prayer and ask God, give me the guidance, give me the information, the knowledge, and let whatever I say have an impact upon people's heart that they may believe in you. It is not my word that is important. It is not my myself that is, my name that I want people to say, you've given a nice speech. It is, I want your name. Oh Allah, I want your name to be impressed in the hearts of people so that whoever they are, wherever they are, they will turn to you and you will respond to them, as the Quran says, Ud'uni astajib lakum. We know that prayer, indeed, you may ask yourself the question, well, how can prayer help me? How can prayer actually, and people ask this question, how can prayer impact upon physical things, material things? But every day you experience this. Every day you experience this. Prayer does impact and influence external means. You look, for example, you go to a sports meeting, you go to a stadium, or you look at it on television. The player is there, or you go to a concert where the singer is there. And they are looking at a crowd of thousands of people, cheering them on. And they will tell you afterwards, I did it because you supported me. And you see people cheering. The player is not seeing any individual, they're just seeing a large crowd. All they are hearing, and even if they don't hear it, they are feeling the impact of the crowd on them, giving them that support, encouraging them to move forward, giving them an empowerment to score a goal, to perform in a much better way. So we see it on a daily basis that, yes, there can be certain things which are non-material that does affect the inner personality. We must realize, my dear sisters and brothers, that it is beyond the power of the human being to control and manipulate all these conditions that are necessary and essential for us to function. And this is what Islam teaches us, and all religions indeed, is a function of God. God is not a being that is out there waiting to punish us or to reward us sometime in the future when we are dead. Mirza Ghulam Ahmad has indicated to us that God is an active being, guiding, an entity that is guiding you, that can control you, that can help you through your challenges. We are not robots. He has given us free will. But once we tune into him, just as if you have energy in the wires, you put the switch on, that energy flows and gives you light. We switch on that connection with God through prayer. It's a switch that puts us into communication with the divine entity. And that is what empowers us, and gives us the ability to enlighten the world. We are taught different times of prayer. In Zohar, for example, and Asr, and Maghrib, and Isha. And Zohar informs of the misfortune that is going on in life. Things are waning, the sun is waning in the afternoon. Asr means squeezing. The troubles that we see in life, they increase. Maghrib means the darkness is impending. Things are getting worse for us. And then in Isha, sometimes things are completely dark. And so all of these are times of prayer that deals with our moods. But Fajr tells us about the rays of light once more beaming upon us. Light comes. There's a light at the end of the tunnel. And that's why the Quran mentions that the Fajr prayer is evidence that there is a God. So my dear sisters and brothers, prayers are for our own benefit, so that the adversities which are in store for us should not befall us. And I want to mention that prayer teaches us certain things. First of all, I learn about myself when I pray. Secondly, I know about others who pray with me, because I pray in my home, my wife, my family, or I pray in the mosque, or I pray in the church or temple. And I've been to so many places, interfaith. One of my specialties is interfaith relation. But I consider prayer to be actually a date with God. I'm on a date with my Creator. And I'm keeping also a date with my other worshippers when I go for Jummah, when I go for prayer, as the case may be. There are many things that prayer teaches us that the scientific world recognizes. For example, when I start prayer, just before the prayer I said, Inni wahjatu wajya. And this is an indication to us that I'm honest with myself. I said that I'm always facing the truth and facing reality. Inni wajjatu, my face is now there before my Creator, who I know will assist me and empower me to be able to face the challenges in life. But I also go to the other extreme of being humble, what I think Fazil means by grounded. I go to the actual ground, because when I go to the ground, I know that I can only go up. You put your face on the ground in sajda. You go down, as Jesus did in the Garden of Gethsemane, and that you'll find in the Old Testament as well. People bow down before God or before anything. They bow down. They put their head on the ground. You can't go lower than the ground. If you when you go into sajda, the Muslim form of prayer, you can only go up and you come back up. And it is a reminder for us that no matter how depressed we are, how down we are in life, we can always get back up and we say, Allahu Akbar. My nurturer is incomparably great and can pick me up from the ground and make me stand up again. So prayer keeps us in touch with God. It is a regular conference with Him on a daily basis. It is a daily meeting with the boss. We need help and guidance to obey laws, or laws set by Parliament or by the Congress. And society expects a person to follow the laws of God, but the laws of the land. But what about the laws of God? Why are we not following it? When we say turn the other cheek, why am I using a missile and a gun against my opponent when I should be greeting them with peace? When we look at the prayer, and I know time will not permit me to go into great detail, but there's just a few points I want to conclude with. We stand by saying, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Allah has two attributes, Rahman and Rahim. One means He provides all the resources without any tax, without asking you for anything. You came in this world, we didn't say, God, it's dark, I want light. I'm thirsty, I want water. All those were provided before. So Rahman means that existence that provides everything necessary for you. You want to pursue knowledge, it's available. You can do research and you'll find more and more knowledge. And then Rahim means when you act on that knowledge, it has an effect, cause and effect. So everything I start, I recognize I have resources, I'm going to utilize those resources, and I'm going to have an effect. And later on in the Quran, it teaches us that there are three attitudes that human beings have with regards to one another with regards to God. The first, it says, An'amta alayhim. They are seekers after God with a true and humble heart. And Allah too seeks them out by saying, if you come to God with a qalb salim, the Quran says, An'amta alayhim. He bestows his favors on you. But there are some people who are what the Quran calls maghdub. Those are unconcerned about God. They make no effort to seek Him, and therefore their actions and their behavior bring down indignity upon them, and they lose respect from others. The Quran finally speaks about Dawleen, which means those who reject God, and Allah too turns away from them, and they have no direction. They are astray. So if you don't turn to God to get the empowerment of His attributes, you're destroying your own self. You're just going astray. You're on your own, and that can have tragic consequences. It's important for us, and I want to conclude here with this indicating that prayer empowers us by influencing the affairs of our existence, and by making non-existent things existent, or an existing thing non-existence. You have a disease, you can have a cure. You have certain challenges, they can be removed. The format of prayer is such that you will find that among Hindus, they sit cross-legged, as Muslims do, in their worship. Christians stand or kneel with their eyes closed. The Jews recline and bow down, while the Chinese and the Tibetans place their forehead on the earth in an expression of obeisance. And so we find that the Islamic form of prayer is universal. It's found in every religion. I have searched it in the scriptures of the various religions and found that every aspect of our prayer is found in previous scriptures. So that in conclusion, my dear sisters and brothers, I want to point out to you that the most important aspect of prayer that I have found, which is important and essential for focusing on harmony and not hostility, is when we stand in prayer. It is a position that is called qiyam, which means as a human being, I must be upright. I must be upright. But I cannot be so upright and stand on issues, on my point of view and my views. I also have to be flexible. I need to realize that there are other people who have a different point of view, and so we go into ruku. Ruku means I must bend a little. Sometimes it is essential for me, in order to maintain peace, not only to bend a little, but to completely humble myself, and that's why I go in sajda. So these three positions in prayer, I can explain the others, but time would not permit, indicate to me that I must be upright, I must be flexible, and I must be humble. We have seen in the case of the Prophet Muhammad in the Truce of Hudaybiyah. He was signing an agreement which was very disgraceful to the Muslims. And he signed it, this is an agreement between the Messenger of God and the people of Makkah. They said no. If we accept you as the Messenger of God, what's the problem? We shouldn't be fighting. So he told them, change it. But Muhammad, the son of Abdullah, his scribe said, I wouldn't do that. I recognize you. He said, if you don't do it, I will do it. And he did it himself. In other words, he humbled himself. He's a messenger of God sent for man, but he said, if for the sake of peace, I have to remove that and put Muhammad, the son of Abdullah, I will do it, because peace is more important than position. Today we find there are so many people who are emphasizing on Khatamun Nabuwat, the finality of prophethood, and they'll kill anyone. And we are the major victims of that, Ahmadis. They will kill us because they think we are working against the finality of the Prophet Muhammad. So my dear sisters and brothers, we as members of the Ahmadiyya movement have an important role to play in world affairs. We hope our young ones will learn from the experience of this conference and this symposium and recognize and realize that indeed prayer benefits each and every one of us. Prayer benefits the worshiper. It doesn't benefit God. بارك الله لنا ولكم في القرآن العظيم ونفعنا وإياكم بالآيات والذكر الحكيم إنه تعالى جواد كريم ملك بر رؤوف رحيم. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Maulana Kamal Haidal. Our next presentation addresses Islam's teachings on gratitude and patience, which are key tools for resilience in times of struggle and hardship. Our presenter is Dr. Aisha Khan. Aisha is a clinical associate professor of emergency medicine at Stanford University. She's a very active member of the Lahore Ahmadiyya Islamic Society, and she is a regular presenter at our conferences. In her presentation, Aisha will be sharing with us her personal experiences of traveling to Gaza this past December to provide emergency healthcare services to the civilian population. While bombs were being dropped on the civilian population and people were fleeing for their lives, Aisha rushed in to help those in need. We are so very honored to have her present for us today.
Sorry guys, just give us a second as we switch over. Assalamu alaikum. You may have noticed that the words patience and gratitude are missing from my title slide. When I do these talks, I usually finish on time or a little bit early. Bad news, guys, I'm not going to make it today. So I will be filled with a lot of gratitude if you could give me a little patience as I try to tackle this very weighty subject. A lot of you know me as a speaker in this convention, but what you might not know is that in my normal life, I'm a doctor. I practice emergency medicine, and I also work in global public health. I've been really fortunate to go around the world helping various countries actually set up emergency systems, teaching emergency care, and also I have been fortunate enough to go and care for people directly in disaster situations. In that vein, I have been to do earthquake relief in Haiti and South Asia, and humanitarian aid in Rohingya refugee camps, and most recently in Gaza. My time in Gaza was unlike anything else I have ever experienced. Yes, some of it is because it was a battle zone, an active battle zone, but also because of the unusual circumstances that were created from the situation, and the fact that even in those most dehumanizing circumstances, the people that I met had not lost an ounce of their humanity. When I went to Gaza, at the forefront of my mind was a book I had read in high school called Man's Search for Meaning. It was written by Viktor Frankl, who was a neurologist and a psychiatrist that was placed in a concentration camp in Auschwitz in 1944. He, shortly after surviving the Holocaust, he wrote Man's Search for Meaning, not as an accounting of facts and events, but rather as a telling of personal experiences and an exploration into why some people lost hope and despaired, while others saw this as a challenge and survived. Similarly, today I'm going to talk to you about my time in Gaza, but this isn't a complete recounting of facts or events. It's a collection of moments lived in an overwhelmed emergency room under siege. It's the story of a girl who put a big bow and a big smile on her face right before she went into the operating room because she refused to let her injuries define her. It's the story of a little boy who heard me joking around, teasing some other kids that I needed a shekel, and reached into his pocket to give me his last shekel. It's the story of a little boy who danced in the street with his bowl of rice, happy to have found some food. It's the inside story of 4 weeks in Gaza, told by an American emergency doctor who was there. Please know that what I'm sharing with you is a slice in time, 5 weeks at the end of 2024, before the January ceasefire. It would be disingenuous of me to tell you that that's what it's like now. It's orders of magnitude worse. This isn't primarily a political talk, but Gaza is so steeped in inaccuracies and political bias that it's necessary for me to touch upon some of these things before we can get to the main point. You may have heard some people call Gaza an open-air prison. This is why. There has been a blockade around Gaza of air, sea, and land since 2007. That's why some people call it an open-air prison. Everything in and out of Gaza, the people, the resources, the medications, the food, is controlled by Israel. Has been that way since 2007. Movement of people out of Gaza, even for medical reasons, is limited, even to the West Bank, which is part of Palestine. Prior to October 7th, before any of this started, there already wasn't adequate food, water, or electricity in Gaza. After October 7th, there was a total blockade, 90% drop in electricity, 97% inadequacy of food, 53% drop in emergency food supply and water. Actually, the water was only 17% drop in supply. Now, there's not even that. But there was, since October 7th, no medical supplies allowed in, few anesthetics, no antibiotics or antiseptics. I knew very little about Gaza before I went to Gaza, and I certainly didn't know how to get there. Gaza has no airport, and as an American, you're allowed to fly into Tel Aviv, but not for the purpose of going to Gaza. So I had to fly into Jordan, where you get security cleared by Israel. About 50% of doctors get turned away at this point. I didn't find out that I was cleared until I got there. And then you get on a bus it's a UN bus. You have a seat reserved for you. There's no extra seats. You're cleared weeks in advance to get onto the UN bus. You're there with a few other doctors and aid workers, and there's only 2 of those buses that leave Gaza and go into Gaza every week. In fact, I found out that my former mother-in-law, Mrs. Amina Malik, passed away. She suffered a catastrophic brain hemorrhage while I was in Gaza, and I couldn't leave because there was no seats on any buses to get out. I think she wouldn't have wanted me to leave anyway. Inside Gaza, this is what I saw. So when I would look at Gaza on the news, I'd often think that this kind of disastrous situation was just like a close-up of one shot. But this is what all of Gaza looked like. And included in all the rubble you see are healthcare facilities. This is my hospital, actually, which was bombed just a few weeks before I got there. Hospitals are being targeted. Medical facilities in general, ambulances are being targeted, and now there isn't a single hospital or medical facility in Gaza that hasn't been hit, including the WHO. Israel alleges that there are command and control centers. This has not been independently verified. This is where I stayed. This room actually filled up with a few other doctors along the way, so we didn't really have this much space. I was in central Gaza, which is in the middle of Gaza, as it sounds. Gaza is only a 25-mile strip, and northern Gaza, which is where Gaza City was, is completely occupied and bombed out at that time. 2 million people were fit into a 5-mile by 5-mile area. This room was the most luxurious room because of all of this space. Only on the first night I got there. After a little while, we were all crawling over one another. But I lived inside Aqsa Hospital in this room, which was an old patient room. I slept there, I worked there, I explored there, I chatted with everyone. There was not a floor of the hospital I didn't walk. There was not a nook or cranny that I didn't explore. And as important as telling you what I saw there, I have to tell you what I did not see. I did not see any militants, no tunnels, no human shields, no cache of weapons, no command and control centers. Okay, so you might be thinking, so maybe they aren't all terrorists, but didn't they vote for Hamas, and shouldn't they be accountable for their government? Well, first of all, no. Under humanitarian law, in a democracy, a population cannot be killed for the actions of its government. But even if not for this law, let's just examine that Hamas was voted in or supported by the people of Palestine as they exist right now. So only 80% of the, 80% of the population now in Gaza was not of voting age at the time that elections were last held in 2006. That means only 20% of the people who were there were even alive at the time of the election when Hamas won. Hamas won 44% to 41%, so a close election, like many of the elections we've had in this country, which leaves 8.8% of the population at this time that had voted for Hamas at the start of the war. Of that, Israel estimates that it has killed 50%. So that leaves 4.4% of people of the current population in Gaza right now that had even voted for Hamas. And as far as I can tell, they don't support Hamas anymore, not after this action. So what did I see? What I saw was a lot of people with the same concerns in life as us, but in a very different environmental milieu, struggling to keep their society together. These doctors worked for no money, many of them having been displaced from the northern Gaza area themselves, from Gaza City. They came into work every day. They did not get paid. There's no money to pay these doctors. Remember, Hamas, we know it as a terrorist organization, but it was also the government. It was also the municipal government. And so there's no longer anybody running anything. Everything that's happening is just what people are doing themselves. So these doctors still came in every day, did not get paid, went back to their tents in the freezing cold ground in December, slept there, and then came back to the hospital. And actually made the best of it. This is a shift of doctors sharing the one meal that they had for the day, which was a little bit of hummus and falafel. They still wanted to learn from me every chance they got, despite being dead tired. Many of these doctors had just newly graduated medical school with 1 year in a battle zone being the only training that they had received. So they were really eager to learn some actual emergency medicine. There was also an incredible administrative and support staff. This was the cleanest hospital I have ever been in. Every few minutes, the ground would be covered with blood, let's just say, etc. And within minutes, it would be clean. Unless you think that there was no women in this hospital, it was actually a woman who was in charge of all of these men who were doing the cleaning, and there were several shifts that were dominated by women. One of my favorite stories about Gaza is that the women are so incredibly talented and so good in education that they had to create a kind of affirmative action for the men. They lowered the score to get into medical school from 96%, which it is for women, to 95%, just so that they could graduate a workforce that was balanced in gender. It's kind of awesome. The other thing that made the hospital run was family. The healthcare system was very fragmented. There was a hospital that had a CT scanner that was far away from ours. We had to put patients in ambulances that were being targeted to even get to those hospitals. We relied on the family to give medications to do this transportation. And sometimes family was just a 9-year-old girl named Hiba who was there with her father because he was the only family that, she was the only family that he had left. And sometimes when there wasn't family, there were friends. The blockade stopped everything, including paper. So everybody got a little script of paper, piece of paper. It's about 1 inch by 1 inch to write your orders on, and you would write your orders on them, give them to family members, and they would carry their family member to the x-ray or to the lab, write down the results, take a picture because we only had one computer, and bring them back. There was often no beds in the hospital, and so in the morning I got to see some of the patients I took care of at night. Most of the patients that I saw were children between the ages of 5 and 7. So just let that sink in for a second. I'm not a pediatrician. I'm an emergency medicine doctor, so I treat whoever comes in the door. And most of the patients I saw were children between the ages of 5 and 7, injured from war, and a disproportionate number of women as well. This is Alam. She came in the night before. She had a pretty severe head injury. I had intubated her, put in a breathing tube, and the next morning I was really happy to see that her breathing tube had been able to be taken out, and she was actually awake and had very little deficits. I did a neurological exam on her, a little bit of memory loss. I walked away, and her father came running after me, calling me to come back, come back. I don't speak Arabic, but I could see that he was a little bit frantic, telling me to come back. And I said, what? Ran back, thinking something had happened to her. And he said, her sister is on the bed next to her and very jealous that the doctor didn't see her. So I went back and did a very complete physical exam on the sister, who then rewarded me with a smile and a thumbs up. Not all the days and not all the patients were full of smiles. There were kids we didn't save, kids who were saved but whose entire families were taken from them, kids who we saved but who didn't have enough nutrition for their wounds to heal. There's the frustration of a lack of medical supplies. This is our entire cabinet for the entire emergency department. There was very few tools that were specialized for kids, even though those were the patients that we were seeing. One day I was able to leave the hospital and go out. It was always dangerous to leave the hospital because even though hospitals were being hit, they were considered safe zones. So once you were out of the hospital, you could be hit or shot, and you went out at your own risk. But I really wanted to see what the kids in the community were playing with. It was around Christmas time, and I kind of had this feeling of like, these kids have been without everything for a year, so what games are they playing? And when I walked into the community and was asking around, a woman came up to me and asked if I would take a picture of Maha, this little girl, who was orphaned, but the community had taken her in. She loved to have her picture taken, and it would really cheer her up. She pushed forth this little diva. You can see she's holding a little shard, which is actually a mirror, and she has a brush in her hand, seemingly always ready to have her picture taken. And as soon as I pulled out my camera, she gave me duck lips. I don't even know where she learned that, which she couldn't hold for very long, so she just started laughing, and everyone started laughing with her. There was also a kind of innovation that just shatters your heart. This is a child, an amputee, not allowed to have prosthetics brought in because of the blockade. He was using a rollerblade to propel himself forward through his tent camp, really trying to live as independent of a life as he could. This is one rollerblade on his right arm. Then there was my friend Khalil, who is a doctor and an artist, who continues to create art with whatever he can find. This is a painting he made, and I just want to read to you what he wrote under it. 991 is an unidentified child that was brought to me in the ER, critically injured, due to intense carpet bombing of a whole residential block. As I checked his pulse, he took his last breath. This has been a recurring scene for the last 200 days, to have humans both injured or dead, labeled as unknown number ... 991 isn't the first nor the last child and I've witnessed passing away on the cold floors of this hospital. There was no time to send 991's blood samples to the lab, and he passed away almost immediately. In his honor, I didn't want his blood to be just thrown away, for his story to never be told, and for him to be forgotten. So he painted this picture with his blood. And then there is Umar, a boy who was playing a game. I went up to him and said, "What game are you playing?" He was pouring sand into used coffee cups and scooping it out with a stick. Except this wasn't a game at all. He was gathering soggy, discarded paper cups, laying them out to dry, just to have enough fuel to build a fire to keep his family warm in the evening. I almost didn't tell his story because it's a little sad, a child that has to work instead of play. But then Umar wasn't sad. He had a kind of little pride in his method. He was happy to be helping his family. He'd found a purpose in this madness. Purpose was the thing that Viktor Frankl thought was the difference in those who survived the concentration camps and those who did not. He said, or actually Nietzsche said, but he also requoted, "He who has a why to live can bear almost anyhow." But bearing is not happiness. Bearing is not achieving peace. Purpose can help you bear it, but what can it help you achieve peace and contentment? While some say the answer is finding purpose, some say it is keeping yourself from attaching to the world. The people of Gaza have lost so much. They have, whether they want to or not, mastered the art of not attaching. Buddhism tells us not to attach. Christianity tells us not to attach. In fact, almost all religions, most philosophical frameworks, and modern psychology identify lack of attachment to things as being a remedy to suffering when we lose things. But this lack of attachment is also often faced with resignation. There's often sadness to bearing this kind of struggle. What surprised me most about the people of Gaza is that there wasn't really sadness there, and there didn't seem to be any despair. There doesn't seem to be a feeling of being forsaken in their struggle. So what is it that makes some people in this kind of struggle despair and lose hope, and others seem untouched and have patience and gratitude, but also actually experience joy and happiness, even in the face of a suffering self? Well, I think the reason for it is in the West, when we think of the self, we think of the mind, body, and heart. And I use heart here to mean emotions, not the concept of qalb that was being talked about earlier. So we think of mind, body, and heart. So we try to find peace by somehow balancing these in difficult times, trying to find alignment. Sometimes into the balance, we add this idea of a spirit or a soul as well, because it captures this part of us we can't otherwise really fully capture. But this concept of the soul in Islam is actually very well defined. It's not just a name given to this part we can't otherwise define. It is called the ruh when it is breathed into us by the divine, and it constitutes 99 attributes in their seedling form. It is the reflection of the divine that is breathed into us, into our mind, body, and heart. The word ruh is only used in the Quran at this stage, though. Once it is part of your mind, body, and heart, and you start to act on it, the soul is called the nafs. Your mind, body, and heart all influence the choices that you make, and those choices affect the nafs, or the soul. While your mind, body, and heart are all a part of you, it is the nafs that will survive after death, and so it is the immortal part of you. This is the part that Muslims are taught to think of first when they think of the self, as it is the most precious part of the self. And it develops through life in 3 stages. I won't belabor this too much, but these are the 3 stages and the concept of the soul evolving to the soul at rest. In a struggle between the material self and the nafs, then Islam encourages you to choose the nafs. If you act in a way that strengthens any of the 99 attributes that comprise the nafs, and especially if you do it at the expense of the material self, you strengthen your nafs and it grows closer to the divine. For example, the attribute of mercy can only be strengthened in the self if one has a wrongdoing to forgive. The wrongdoing that happened is in this way turned into an opportunity to practice mercy and to strengthen your mercy. I think it is the shifting of the frame of the shifting of the frame from bearing a test to having an opportunity that is the thing that gives you and gets you to peace in your life. The stepwise evolution of the nafs results in the soul at rest, which we've discussed. Patience and gratitude, in my opinion, is what emanate from those whose nafs is on the path to becoming the soul at rest. These are the well-pleased with God, meaning they have happily in this life accepted the decrees of their Lord, and they are well-pleasing because their response to them is to continue to, quote, walk the path, meaning elevate the part of themselves that acts by second nature to nurture others, to spend resources, whether material or personal, in the fight against oppression, and to awaken a part of themselves that is a reflection of their Lord. What can get us there? I believe it's this frame shift that I'm talking about. So let me explain. Think about it this way. If your goal is to gain muscle strength, you know that working against increasing resistance or lifting heavier weights is the way to get there. It's how you become strong. And if someone added weights for you, it's to your benefit. Yeah, you might, kind of grumble a little bit, but hey, lots of people pay lots of good money to get trainers to push you to do more. So we know that in the end, it's really an opportunity for us. Conversely, we also know that lack of resistance actually weakens us in a way that will make our bodies useless. There was a movie called WALL-E, which I'm dating myself because I think there's probably adults in here who were kids when they saw that. But this movie called WALL-E showed humans who didn't have to work at all. They just had these chairs that took them around, and their muscle mass was totally gone. Their bones were shrunken and weak. And we actually know that this does happen in low gravity environments from astronaut studies. We whittle away, bones weaken, muscles atrophy. We have to work against at least gravity for our bodies to be strong. Similarly, our brain thrives when it works against resistance. Do hard things. If I can give you any piece of advice as a doctor or as not a doctor, just a person, do hard things. This is a concept called productive struggle. It causes myelin production, which literally means your brain is growing bigger. It strengthens the neural connections, giving us bigger brains and also preventing dementia, so it's very important. It releases dopamine to reward us for making the effort and to make sure we do it again, because there's a competing part of the brain called the anterior cingulate gyrus. Don't listen to it. It's going to tell you to take the easy way out. Don't listen to it. Because when you don't listen to it and do the hard thing, you get eventually resilience. Long-term, doing hard things rewards you immediately, and in the long term builds resilience, body and brain. It almost seems like we are created to thrive when we have to struggle. This is a chapter right after the verse about being a soul at rest in the Quran. The Quran often links topics together by subject matter. So the Quran informs us of our nature and tells us how we can be guided to peace. It's very clear that we are created to thrive when we are struggling. It goes on to say that it has pointed out to a person the two obvious paths in life. One where there seems to be ease. Don't listen to that anterior cingulate gyrus, which is telling you to take the easy way. Little responsibility and much wealth. And there's another path that seems much harder. It may not result in material gratification, but it does lead to spiritual strength and well-being. But we attempt not the uphill road. What is the uphill road? So the Quran goes on to tell us, it is to set a slave free. This is the first step to facing struggle and gaining peace. When we think about slavery, we usually think about it in an American context, the physical enslavement of one people by another. And though physical slavery has existed in many nation states over time, it really does not anymore. Yet we know the Quran is promised for all people, for all time. So what does this mean now? How can we make sense of this? Well, I'm sure a lot of you are thinking, we're still slaves to a lot of things. Can anyone give me an example? I feel like I'm a slave to my iPhone, screens, exactly, that's a good one. iPhones, jobs, the daily grind. Some of us are, not given as much opportunity because of our gender. In his famous commentary on the Quran, Dr. Basharat Ahmed, this was written in the early 1900s, actually expounds on this verse and says, the first step on the road to guidance is to free slaves, not from one kind of slavery, but to free mankind in general from every kind of slavery, which he divides into 10 classes, but does say there can be more than 10, so you can add phones to this. But he says physical slavery, racial slavery, which includes any kind of racism, slavery to false deities, including the worship of power and wealth, mental bondage, particularly the blind following of religious scholars or spiritual leaders, slavery to customs, slavery to ignorance and superstition, political slavery, or the tyranny of dictatorship, economic slavery, including the exploitation of workers, and usury, which is just insane interest rates, social slavery, particularly that of genders, and slavery to the self. Ironically, there's a lot of religious scholars at that time, which he mentions, sing the praises of freedom in society, but actually subjugate the minds of the public to their way of thinking. And in doing so, they have become slaves to their own desires. So many layers to this. After freedom, after freeing yourselves from this kind of slavery, the next step on the path is equality. Studies show us that when there is a more equal society, less disparity amongst people, that all people do better in health. So it's not just that the poor benefit when there's equity. The ones who have means are actually also a lot healthier. Islam gives us a lot of practical methods for the establishment of equal society, but here it emphasizes the sustenance of orphans, and that we must care for them, and their condition has to be improved till they can stand as equal members of society. Here, the word closely related is used to emphasize that all orphans are closely related to every individual in a free society. A child is the child of his father or mother, but an orphan is the child of every Muslim. Similarly, caring for those in need, whether they are poor or whether they have been reduced to humble means, here signified by lying in the dust, is also necessary to establishing a free and equal society. Freedom and equality are prerequisites to having true faith. So it's only after the path to establishment of freedom and equality are mentioned that we get to faith. The Quran says, then he is of those who believe and exhort one another to patience and exhort one another to truth. So the Quran is not satisfied with a person making the uphill climb herself. Rather, she should be a person who helps other people do the same. Although the ascent calls for extraordinary strength, the distinctive mark of faith, which instills bravery and courage into a person, should mean that she takes the weaker along with her to the top of the mountain. Additionally, along the journey, your mindset should be that this struggle is an opportunity, not a test. Shift the frame. And it is because the individual gains strength of body and mind that the society also improves and gains the individual health. Enlightened self-interest, if you will. So don't be this guy, be this guy. Or as my parents told me during Ramadan, it's better not to fast than to complain all day that you're hungry. Meet the challenge with a smile, gratitude and patience, and you will find peace. So when I think of the people of Gaza, I think of a society that is free from racism. I don't know if you guys know this, but there's black, white, and brown people in Gaza. You can see some of their pictures here. Mosques and churches in Gaza were amongst the first things to be targeted. It was not unusual to see the dome of a mosque on the ground or fallen over. People would still try to gather near them, and then they were targeted. Worship quickly moved indoors, and whoever was available to lead the prayers would lead the prayers. There was no like religious scholars or special people that were given special status to lead the prayer or to lead the Friday sermons, showing that it wasn't the institution or the leaders that were being followed, but worship was for God himself. And when people couldn't gather, prayer was continued solitarily. This is the person praying in the middle of what is a completely bombed out downtown area on the way to Gaza City. There's a saying in Islam about God, "Indeed, my earth and my heavens could not contain me, but the heart of my believing servant can. Also, freedom from customs. So in Gaza, customarily, animals are not kept very close. Animals are kind of for the farm. Most of the people in Gaza live in the city. But this was a time that was unique. Many animals that were seen to be helping were brought inside, were honored. Donkeys were the thing that transported injured humans when there was no fuel for ambulances, which was very often. And this donkey is pulling a cart, but many donkeys were pulling cars full of people. So freedom from customs means it's good to have traditions, but you have to rise to the point where you can free yourself with those when the time arises. Freedom for ignorance and superstition. Okay, so the literacy rate in Gaza is almost 100%. Most people are college graduates. Any chance people have to learn, they take it. Doctors, medical students, nurses, and even the patients would gather when I would do a lecture, which were usually offhand, not the best lectures. They had a deep knowledge of everything: religion, politics, social, and hard sciences. There was freedom from economic slavery because there was no money. People were working because they wanted to work to keep their society together. They had found the purpose behind what they were doing, and they kept doing it. And unlike many countries of the region, the women of Gaza are really strong trailblazers. There's no social slavery, especially not that of genders. And as this boy was willing to show with the last shekel that he offered me, there's no slavery to self. People are very selfless. Another example of this, I had a picture of a girl named Thala, but couldn't get permission in time to show it. She's the niece of a good friend of mine, and their house was just bombed a few days ago. She's 15 years old, and she grabbed her sister and held on to her so that when her house collapsed, she wasn't able to protect her neck, shattered her cervical spine, and is now paralyzed. But her 3-year-old sister is mostly without injury. And she hasn't even once complained or been sad about it. Both of these are just shining examples of selflessness. There are many orphans in Gaza, but you would never know that because they are taken in by the community. And literally every day, people are being lifted from the dust or being pulled out from under rubble. I asked my friend Khalil a few days ago, now it's much harder than it was back then, do you feel like you are getting stronger in your faith? And he replied, Alhamdulillah, praise to God. This is the only way to bear the madness. I would be remiss if this was the picture of Gaza I left you with. I leave this talk painting this picture of the time that I was there, which is true, but I must mention that on the 658th day of Israel dropping American bombs on Gaza and some 90 days of mass starvation, there is a limit to frame shifting and what we call productive struggle. People are starving and openly being fired upon when they go to the 4 points that have been designated for food distribution. Sometimes the world gives you hardships that literally define who you are as a people. The destruction of Gaza, like the Holocaust, is an event that will change all of humanity. The hardship the people of Gaza face is the dismantling of their society and the extinction of their people. Yet they embrace this opportunity and have walked the uphill road. The hardship we face, perhaps, is waking ourselves from the slumber that allows silent complicity. How will we face our opportunity? I'll leave you with this verse. Surely with difficulty is ease. This is an often recited verse of reassurance. I used to take it to mean that things are cyclical. You may be going through a difficult time, but on the other side is ease. But while preparing this talk, another thought occurred to me. Maybe it's not when you get to the other side that there is ease. Maybe it's in embracing the difficulty that we find the ease. Maybe if we start to free ourselves from whatever it is that is enslaving you, enslaving me, enslaving us, to not act, whatever enslaves us in inaction, if we can shrug it off and start acting to walk up the uphill road, helping those who need it most along the way, we will be imbued with the patience and gratitude and a resilience and mental fortitude such that the maelstrom we are standing in can't touch us. I really hope to leave you today with an optimistic note, but that was the best that I could manage. Thank you all so much for your time.
Thank you so much for that beautiful presentation. Before we break for lunch, we do have one small ceremony. I'd like to call Mr. Mahmoud El Yusuf to the podium. Brother Mahmoud is an active member of the Palestinian American community here in Columbus. He's a prolific writer. I've known him for many years. He's also a retired United States Air Force veteran. When Brother Mahmoud received information about our symposium and he learned about Aisha's medical relief work in Gaza, he wanted to honor her on behalf of the local Palestinian American community.
Assalamu alaikum. How is everybody doing? Before I do, Brother Fazil was gracious enough to let me share with you briefly how I met him. Back in 2008, a local priest here with the name Rod Barsley wrote a book, Silent No More, in which he called Muslims responsible for moral decay of America, and Islam is Antichrist, plus so on and on and on. I won't go through it because we're into 15 minutes into lunchtime. But anyway, I called this young man, he's my oldest son age. I praise him for what he did because he challenged the local priest to debate him about Islam anytime, anywhere he wanted. That was 17 years ago. Until now, the local priest never responded to Brother Fazil Khan challenge about his view in Islam. You know, when you say Muslim Antichrist, how many of you know that how many times Jesus Christ's name is mentioned in the Holy Quran? Anybody guess? Muslim, Christian? 33 times the Prophet Jesus Christ mentioned in the Holy Quran. Do you know how many times the Prophet Muhammad name mentioned in the Quran? 4 times. Thank you. And we're not responsible for moral decay. Do you know why? Because Islam strictly forbids gambling, adultery, riba, usury, like Sister Aisha said, gambling, that's what caused the moral decay in this country. At any rate, to make a long story short, I wrote a letter, I used his information in the letter, and challenged Rod Barsley, and it was published nationwide, in which I sums it up that Rod Barsley really add insult, subtract injury, multiply ignorance in America, and divide attention. Back to what I am here for is to honor Dr. Aisha Khan. I heard her name before. I never knew what she does or what she looked like, but when I received the information from Brother Fazil, I decided to present this young lady an honorship award. Is basically Sister Aisha. Just let me read it for the sake of the others. This is honorary citizenship of Palestine, proudly presented by me to Dr. Aisha Khan. It's in recognition of providing emergency medical services to the people of Palestine during the genocide in Gaza, which she described to you throughout her speech. Your service played a crucial role in providing immediate care to the injured people, and for significantly reducing the mortality rate and alleviating the suffering, and above all, you risk your life so others could live. Thank you very much. That's the certificate. I have a small thing here to share with her. It's a Palestinian scarf, like the one I'm wearing.
Thank you.
And I watched her in TV for over an hour, bunch of interview to learn more about her trip. And she did her hair, tried to fix it for over 20 times. So I bought her this hair clip with the Palestinian color. And you have a sticker for your phone, your fridge.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jazakallah khair. I'm glad you're back alive.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh. Yeah, I grabbed the sticker. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brother Mahmoud. So finally, time for lunch. Let's see what time it is. It is 12:20. We'll recommence at 1:20. We have two wonderful presentations after lunch today. Hope you're enjoying the day with us so far, and we'll see you back at 1:20. Thank you. You can please take your seats. We'd like to get started. Thank you. I hope everyone had a nice break and enjoyed the lunch. Moving right along, we have two really important presentations this afternoon. Now, the first presentation deals with Islam's guidance on health and living and how the body and spirit align through conscious choices. Our presenter is Dr. Halima Saeed. Halima is joining us all the way from Lahore, Pakistan. She's a very active member of the Lahore Ahmadiyya movement, both at the center in Lahore as well as with the US branch here in Columbus. By profession, Halima is a hematologist, oncologist, but if you're an adult, don't ask her for advice. She's a pediatrician. And she and her husband were actually Buckeyes for how many years, Halima? About 10 years, doing residencies and fellowships in Cleveland. We are so happy and fortunate to have Dr. Halima Saeed here with us today.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. It's really nice to be back here after a really long time. And thank you so much for this opportunity to come back to Columbus and participate in this convention. It feels like coming home, so many familiar faces, and a lot of new ones as well. And obviously, Samina Pupo, who we're all missing today, wish she was here also. The topic that I was given is, let me just open this up. Yeah. It's there. Okay, so it's called Holistic Health, Aligning Body and Spirit Through Conscious Choices. I want to go through what the topic means first. So there'll be like a couple of slides just understanding what the statement means, and then we'll get into what Islam says about it. So just to clarify one thing, the body refers to this physical world. So anything that we do, our actions, our deeds, anything that affects our thoughts, what we're doing in this world. And the spirit refers to that ruh that Aisha explained really nicely. And she's really made my job easy because I was going to get lost in this philosophy of what is ruh and what is the soul. And so I'm just going to refer back to her slide just to remind everyone that, are you guys able to see this? No, let me just put this on slideshow now. Okay, so Aisha did such an awesome job of explaining this. I'm just going to use her slide. So when I refer to the spirit, although like in general terms, we a lot of times talk about our emotions as being our spirit or what we're thinking as being our spirit, what I'm really referring to is that connection with Allah Ta'ala or with our Creator, which is the ruh. So during this presentation, that's what the spirit really stands for. So I'll come back to mine now. Okay, all right. So the first question is our body and our spirit connected? So I'm going to start off with a little exercise. I want everyone to close their eyes. And as he said, I'm a pediatrician, so I'm going to make people do stuff. I work with children. So just pretend you're all kids in, 3rd, 4th grade. So just follow the teacher and close your eyes. Imagine that you're in your house, in your kitchen. You walk over to the refrigerator. You open the door, there's a big juicy lemon sitting there. You take it out, you cut a slice, and you squeeze the juice out, and then you taste it. So I want with a show of hands for people to tell me, you can open your eyes now, how many people felt their mouth water when they did that? Show of hands. Okay, anyone else? Did anyone else have their mouth water when they did that? Yeah, so our bodies are deeply connected to our thoughts. What we imagine can affect our bodily functions. Just a simple thing like thinking of something delicious or citrus will make our mouth water. How about the other way around? So I want everyone to stand up. You have to do it. I'm the teacher. Everyone stand up, okay? All right, wave your arms around, okay? Yeah, stretch a little bit, do whatever you want. Give a smile to the person next to you. Good, 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 good. Great, awesome. You can sit back down if you like. So see how that all that sort of postprandial sleep wave, that sleep that comes in right after an amazing lunch that we've all enjoyed, that went away when you got up. When your body did something, all those plans that you had to just go to sleep through the rest of the half hour are hopefully gone now, and you'll be paying attention for the rest of the talk. So our body and spirit. Now, the final question is, after this, do you guys think our body and spirit is connected? Anyone, yes? Yeah? Okay, so our body and spirit is connected. We've just demonstrated that through very, very simple. So now the next question is, what is alignment and why does it matter? Anyone want to define alignment? If someone had to say, anyone here, what is alignment? Just shout out. Going in the same direction, awesome. So when two things are working for the same purpose and going in the same direction, that's alignment. So demonstrate why this is important. I'm gonna have two volunteers. So Hadi and Afia, are you here? All right, so these are my two volunteers, and they have been given a task of transporting. Yeah, thank you for coming up. So their task is to transport these chairs all the way to that wall, okay? All right, they can start, but halfway through, there's pizza coming through that door, and Afia loves pizza, and now she wants to go get pizza. And, oh, Hadi doesn't like pizza that much. He's focused on his task. And guess who made it to the wall? Yay, Hadi's the winner. Thank you. So because her actions were not aligned to the purpose was to get to the wall, but the pizza distracted her, and her actions lost alignment with her purpose and her target. And so she didn't make it to the wall, but Hadi did. Great job. Thank you, both of you. So this is why alignment is imperative. In the physical world, when different elements work together towards a common goal, that's what alignment is. And it's been shown that it minimizes waste, it maximizes productivity, enhances overall effectiveness. So this has been shown scientifically that if you're aligned, this is what you're going to achieve in anything in life. And this is what the Quran also teaches you, where it says, "O you who believe, why say you that which do not?" Your actions, your intentions, and what you do all needs to match up for you to be successful. So the other important thing with alignment is that it is a constant conscious process. It's not something you can do, you can't put it in autopilot. So are there any rocket scientists in this room? Rocket scientists? Oh, all right, great, awesome. So now I can keep going on because I have no clue what that figure means. But what it's trying to show is that when you want to launch a rocket into space, there is always different forces acting on it. There's velocity, there's gravity, there's lots of things happening. And at every second, it has to be recalculated for it to go into orbit. So every second there's a recalculation happening to keep it on track, and that's what life is. That's what the Quran tells us, or I think even otherwise, what makes sense is if you consciously keeping yourself on track with your target in mind, that's the only time that you're gonna make it where you want to get to, because at any point, even if you go a little bit off track, your final target may not be where you want it to be. So just like, this is what we need to keep in mind when we're making choices. So in Islam, this is sort of built into the religion. A very common example is that of the 5 daily prayers. I didn't elaborate on it because we had an entire talk about it this morning. But that's what the purpose of the 5 daily prayers is, that you go out of alignment and then that consciously kicks you back in. That's why you have that constant reminder through the day. And it doesn't matter what you're doing. If you're at work, if it's time for Zohar, usually it's the middle of the day, it's like 1 o'clock, it's your lunch break, you have to take time off from your lunch break and also go pray. And I don't know if you guys are familiar with this concept of like, actually I forget the term, it's like a rapid stop. Like they teach you about it for like when you do self-care kind of courses, that if you're really busy, you're really involved in something and you feel like you're getting anxious, doing things really fast, you just slow yourself down for like 10 seconds. You take a pause, think about something to calm you down, and then you get back to your task and your productivity gets better. So that's kind of what namaz does to you at least 5 times a day, that it gets you back in alignment with your goal, which is spiritual progress. Similarly, this emphasis of zikr, tasbih, remembering Allah Ta'ala, it's not about just like, saying a word out aloud, it's staying on focus and all that comes with it. So now shifting gears to just like what the physical definitions are. So what is health? So in 1948, so not that long ago, WHO defined health as a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. So science now recognizes that it's not just about the body, it's way more than that. And holistic health is a state of internal balance, not just an absence of illness. And it emphasizes the importance of the connection of the mind, body, and spirit. And in case of Islam, that spirit is really your connection with your creator or your ruh that we're referring to when we talk about spirit. So this is sort of like now the universal definition of health when we talk about holistic health. And what I'm going to try and cover in the next I suppose 20-25 minutes that I have is just through examples show how Islam, through the different bodily injunctions that we are given, enables us to keep this alignment between our body and our spirit in our everyday life. I'm going to start off with this dua. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanatan wa fil akhirati hasanatan wa qina azaban nar. Our Lord, grant us good in this world and good in the hereafter, and save us from the chastisement of the fire. So Hazrat Mirza Ghulam Ahmed, who's the founder of our movement and organization, did a really nice interpretation that always like sort of resonates with me when I read this dua, because this is a dua that all Muslims pray at least 5 times a day, in their namaz, just in the fard, if you're saying. And he emphasizes that in this dua, the dunya, or this worldly life, is placed first. So your body is placed first. So you pray first for your body to achieve goodness. And then the next step is its connection with the hereafter, which in, again, Islam, akhirah means anything that comes after. So you do something with your body, and that has a consequence, and that's what comes after. And when you pray in this dua for hasana, or goodness, both in the bodily world as well as for the spirit, then your prayer really is that you want both of them to be aligned. So this basic prayer in Islam is sort of instilling that concept to first pray to Allah Ta'ala, to our Creator, to help our body and spirit get aligned. So the example that he gives when Hazrat Mirza Sahib is explaining this dua, he says, just when you travel, you need a car. I put in car, I think he said, whatever means of transport you have, and supplies to get you there. But the real purpose is get to your destination. But what he emphasizes is that you have to look after the car, because if the car breaks down, like if somebody traveled here like 2 hours away from Arsalan Bhai traveled from South Bend. So what all did you do for your car before you came here? Did you maybe make sure you had gas? Yeah, check the wheel alignment maybe. So before you start a journey, you make sure that your car's working. So similarly, you need to look after your body to make sure that it's working and functioning and in good health, so that you can perform your spiritual duties also. So going on, he says that the Holy Quran has been described in the Quran itself as وَشِفَاءٌ لِمَا فِي الصُّدُورِ, a healing for what is in the hearts, a guidance and a mercy for the believers. So this is a description of the Holy Quran as a recipe or a healing or a shifa for whatever's in the heart. But when we read the Quran, it doesn't just talk about the heart all the time or the spirit all the time. It is full of injunctions. Like it tells you how to eat, it tells you what kind of clothes to wear, just outlines. It tells you a lot of things that you have to do with your physical body. So, but when it's saying is that the main purpose is a healing for what is in the hearts, it's implied that all those physical bodily actions that you're doing are actually related to healing of your heart. So it is a complete book of guidance that includes body, mind, and spirit. It's sort of like a user manual for our body. It has certain features that we call awamir, which are the what to do, and the nawahi, which is what not to do. So the nawahi, or what not to do, are more like absolutes, like don't kill, like really bad, don't do that. But what to do is what we really a lot of times need to focus on, because those are the everyday things that keep us aligned with our ultimate purpose, which is that connection with Allah Ta'ala. And what's really cool about the Quran is that it comes with injunctions. All these injunctions, they come with a rational explanation. It might be that our physical knowledge is limited and we sometimes don't completely understand the rationalization of the Quran, and it always has a connection to the spiritual benefit that will be gained by doing that action. And like I said, I cannot explain each and every awamir and nawahi in the Quran because there's a ton of them, but what I have done is picked 4 to sort of go through to explain how the Quran deals with it, and then when you start reading it, it'll just start making sense to anyone that's reading. So a common one is prohibition of alcohol. So we're starting off with the nawahi, something that's like an absolute forbidden thing in the Quran. And again, I have not been in the US for the last 12 years, but living here, this was something that was an important distinction between Muslims, or living in a society where most people are drinking, it becomes difficult. So I'm going to talk about what the Quran says about it and how it rationalizes it. So the word in the Quran for alcohol is khamr, which is, I hope I pronounced that right, is what intoxicates. So anything that affects your senses. So it's not limited to just wine, for example. It is anything that intoxicates you, affects your thinking, or clouds your judgment. There are 3 verses in the Quran that deal with it, which is why I picked it, because there are only 3, so I could pick all of them. And I will just read them out, and then we'll reflect on it. The first is, they ask thee about intoxicants and games of chance. Say, in both is a great sin and some advantages for men, and their sin is greater than their advantage. Thus does Allah make clear to you the messages that you may ponder. So it invites you to think about it. It makes a statement that, there's good and stuff, there's bad, but the bad outweighs the good, so think about it. But it again asks you to ponder. Then it goes on to say, O you who believe, go not near prayer when you're intoxicated till you know what you say. So now it's giving you a rational reason to not drink. It's saying, you're only going to make a connection with Allah Ta'ala if you know what you're saying in your prayers. So no point in praying if you have no idea what you're saying. And for a Muslim who has to pray 5 times a day, there really doesn't leave a lot of time to drink in between. And then the final one is, O you who believe, intoxicants and game of chance, and sacrificing to stones set up and dividing by arrows, are only an uncleanliness and the devil's work. So shun it that you may succeed. And again, whenever the Quran talks about success, it's not talking about physical success. It's not going to help you succeed in your job, maybe, but it's going to help you succeed in your spiritual journey towards finding your meaning in life. So now I have to, since I'm a doctor, I have to talk about the physical and actual, and that's what my task was, to talk about the physical implications of these injunctions. So what are the potential benefits? So one potential benefit is social. It helps you fit in, it helps you to unwind. If you had a stressful day at work, everyone's going to go to happy hour to unwind and relax, and you're the only one that's not joining them, so you kind of feel left out. So socially, it's difficult sometimes. You feel like you're not part of the group, you're not part of your peers, and a lot of people do think that it helps them relax, get over their anxieties or a difficult day. So that's the social benefit that's quoted for drinking. Medical, in moderate consumption, there are some cardiovascular advantages. There are studies out there that will show that if you drink in moderation, there may be some health benefits. But there is great disagreement about what a recommended amount that is safe is. For example, the American Cancer Society gives the guideline that it is best not to drink alcohol, but if you do choose to drink, then it should not be more than 1 drink per day for women and 2 drinks per day for men. So, but it's still really, out there that the preferred recommendation still is not to drink medically. What are the potential risks? Medical, there's cancer associations, which is why the American Cancer Society has that recommendation. Liver disease, pancreatitis, diabetes, dementia, those are all linked to alcohol consumption. Accidental deaths and injuries. So almost 11,000 people die each year in the United States in alcohol-related motor vehicle accidents. 35% of all road accidents are related to alcohol consumption. It's been shown to be related to violence, suicide. There's a definite pregnancy-related complication. Fetal alcohol syndrome is something I think many people in the audience will be familiar with, are the effects that alcohol consumption has on the fetus, on the baby before it's born. And in terms of the social impact, even though it comes across or it's promoted as something that helps you relax, but in higher consumption, it's associated with domestic violence and child abuse as well as neglect. Mortality data, basically 140,000 people die each year in the US from alcohol-related deaths, and it's the 4th leading preventable cause of death in the United States. So this is not a medical lecture, so I'm not gonna quote actual references, but this is sort of like summary data. So really going back to that verse that we looked at, all the Quran says is just ponder, think about it. What is the risk-benefit ratio, and then make up your mind. So all these injunctions come with that, and then, so I focused on the health benefits, but what the Quran is then promising is that if you avoid this and you focus on your prayers, then avoiding this can lead you to a connection with Allah Ta'ala, because that's what prayer is. Because it tells you not to go near prayer if you're intoxicated and you don't know what you say. So avoiding it helps you solidify that connection with Allah through prayer, and that ultimately leads to spiritual success. That's the promise of the Quran. So moving on, one of the fundamental principles of Islam is that your actions are dependent on your intention. So this is the first hadith in the book of hadiths called Bukhari. So he chose to put this ahead of everything else. The Prophet Muhammad said, "Innamal a'malu binniyat." Action shall be judged only by intention, and man shall have what he intends. So I'm going to use this basic principle to talk about Hajj, and specifically the sacrifice at Hajj. I mean, I could do like a 30-minute talk on Hajj and what the bodily movements mean, because this is why I brought this up. So The Religion of Islam by Maulana Muhammad Ali, if you read the Hajj section in this, so I think all the kids got this as part of their packet on the Youth Day, and I think most families have it, and if you don't, please get it. It really focuses on what the point of going around the Kaaba is, like making Allah Ta'ala the center of your life. So every physical act that is prescribed, which on the surface may look ritualistic, has a deeper spiritual significance, and you will only get all the benefit out of Hajj if you focus on that. So sorry, Hajj, for anyone in the audience that's not aware, is one of the basic pillars of Islam that every Muslim has to perform at least once in their lifetime if they have the means. And it involves visiting the Kaaba at a prescribed period, and there are prescribed actions that you do there for about 10 days. And one of those is sacrificing an animal. So this is one that's been always difficult for me. My daughter was vegetarian, then a vegan, so she doesn't understand it, and I think she still doesn't. If she was here, she'd tell me, I don't know what you're talking about. But there is a reason that sacrificing an animal at that point is prescribed. So just again, for people that may not be aware, the reason, the story behind is Hazrat Ibrahim. I think we all are aware that he was willing to sacrifice his son at Allah Ta'ala's command as a show of his devotion, but he was not actually asked to do it. It was replaced by an animal, and it is to commemorate that feeling of sacrifice and the willingness to give up your most precious things for Allah Ta'ala that it signifies when we do that sacrifice. But when you look at what the Quran says about it, I think this is just awesome. It says, "Not their flesh nor their blood reaches Allah, but to Him is acceptable observance of duty on your part." So it's the physical act has to be done because it's something difficult to do, but when you do that act, it's really what you're saying is that I'm submitting to Allah Ta'ala's will. The second verse about it explains it a little bit further. It says, "And for every nation we appointed acts of devotion, that they might mention the name of Allah on what He has given them." So again, Islam, being a universal religion, acknowledges all other religions, and the fact that this is not something unique that just got pulled out of the sky. All religions through the world have different acts of worship that are, have different ways of doing it. And so it's acknowledging that every nation has acts of devotion, and part of it is giving up out of what Allah Ta'ala has given them. So your God is one God, and therefore to Him should you submit. So submission is the basic thing. And give good news to the humble, whose heart tremble when Allah is mentioned, and who are patient in their afflictions, and who keep up prayer and spend out of what we have given them. So this is the state of heart, or the qalb, as we've been talking about, of someone who is truly sacrificing an animal for Allah Ta'ala. And in a way, this actually helps you recognize what goes into the lunch that we had today, right? All the chicken or whatever, meat, beef, whatever you consumed, it came from an animal that had a life, that deserves to be acknowledged. And actually doing the sacrifice yourself makes you more conscious of it, rather than, someone else did it and now it's a meal on my plate. But this act of sacrifice makes you realize what happened. Animal lost its life, and it provides us with this humility, gratitude, submission, generosity, and a community feeling of sacrifice, which is sort of like what I summarized out of these verses. I think other people could probably get even more out of what the actual spiritual benefit of that sacrifice is. So moving on to the next thing is, so the human body is considered a trust from Allah Ta'ala. So it was something that was given to us to look after. As the Prophet said in Sahih Bukhari, your body has a right over you. So this is why there's very detailed guidance about what kind of food to eat, what kind of clothing, what your social interactions should be. And the underlying theme in most of these injunctions relate to cleanliness, simplicity, balance, accountability, and the eventual purpose is spiritual purity and balance. So if you have a balance in your diet, the eventual purpose is that you should be spiritually balanced. That's what it's all leading up to. So then the question arises that why does the Quran tell you to fast? Like fasting is, does one of the kids want to tell me what fasting is? Somebody had a speech on fasting, right? So why do we fast, or what is fasting? Anyone? Or anyone in the audience? For Muslims, what is fasting? Yeah? Abstinence from food and, okay, drink, physical relations, food, drink. From when to when? Sunrise to sunset. So for a prescribed period, things that are otherwise completely legal and allowed, like food and drink and sexual intercourse, you have to restrain yourself. And this is actually just a means of getting, you're physically giving up stuff for the love of Allah Ta'ala to sort of train your body. And again, Aisha's really helped me with her presentation. So it's all about the training. So it's sort of like a training round. But again, because my task is also to elaborate on what the actual physical benefits are. So anyone here of intermittent fasting? Anyone done intermittent fasting to lose weight? Anyone in the audience? Has anyone tried it? Yeah? Anyone else? So yeah, so it actually makes you feel good, right? And it's been shown, so that's been studied. Intermittent fasting, helps to lose weight, improves metabolism, it promotes heart health, it improves brain functioning, it can actually decrease maybe the risk of cancer, it actually boosts your energy levels. So all of this has been shown to be true for intermittent fasting, which is kind of what we're asked to do for about a month. People do it for like months on end when they're doing it as a health initiative. But to really understand the spiritual message behind fasting, I wanted to use something called a cognitive triangle. Anyone familiar with the cognitive triangle? Okay, awesome. What are the three corners? Excellent. Excellent. Yeah, no, that you summarized it. So actions, what you do, thoughts, what you think, and emotions, what you feel. And the concept behind this triangle is that all three of these things are a part of our personality. And when we do something with one part, it automatically affects the other part. And these arrows should be going both ways. For some reason, they're only going one way. They should be going both ways. So if you think a happy thought, your actions and your emotions will be happy. Similarly, sometimes just, try it. Smile at the person right next to you. Aisha, you have to smile at each other, okay? So just smiling will just make your heart feel lighter. It just happens. Just do it, try it, smile at each other. So even the simplest actions actually affect our thoughts and our emotions. And and this is true for all injunctions in the Quran. I think if you try to fit it on this triangle, you can fit all of them. I'm going to work with fasting. So what you do, the action that you do is you stop eating and drinking, and we have the obvious health benefits that we already talked about. Those happen. But then what's happening with it? What are your thoughts? So this is what the Quran tells you. O you who believe, fasting is prescribed for you as it was prescribed for those before you. Again, an emphasis, this is not just something new, this has always happened. So that you may guard against evil. So the purpose of fasting is given right there. So the thought that should be in your mind as you're fasting, only then your body and your mind is going to be aligned, is that I'm giving up food, but the real thing is to keep away from evil things. This constant reminder that I can't eat is also I can't lie, I can't steal, I can't do any of the bad things, and I should be trying to do good things during that time. So those are the thoughts that are going through your mind. And again, like I said, in Islam, al-amalu bin-niyat, your actions are judged by your intentions. So actually, this actually kind of starts at the thought bit. Like you first think, you do a niyyah in the morning, you're like, I'm gonna fast because I wanna guard against evil, I wanna become a better person, and then you do the act of fasting. But sometimes, I can tell you for myself for sure, like I drag myself out of bed in the morning for sehri, and I'm like, I don't know if I really wanna fast today. But then when you actually do the act, you get up, you do your sehri, you say your morning prayers, and then the thought starts coming in. Okay, yeah, I want to make the most out of this. I'm not eating and drinking. I should get some spiritual benefit also. So the thought and action are interconnected. So sometimes even when you don't have the thoughts driving you to do it, if you just do the action, it'll push you towards those thoughts. And then the other thought that comes in is what Allah, like the thought that Allah Ta'ala puts in the Quran is, Allah desires ease for you. So don't think that this is something that's supposed to make you suffer. And He desires not hardship for you. And He desires that you should complete the number and that you should exalt the greatness of Allah for having guided you and that you may give thanks. So those are the two thoughts behind that you exalt the greatness of Allah, the appreciation that we have a life, we have food, we're choosing to give it up, but Allah Ta'ala gave us all of this, and you're grateful for all that you have. So this, in return, your emotions, these are the emotions that, it depends, everybody might have a different emotion, but usually gratitude, humility, this feeling of, Allah Ta'ala gave us this food, achievement at the end of the fast, like that achievement, that high that you get that you got through a very hot summer day with no water, it's a high. Self-control, and that's something you can apply at other times in your life, that yes, you can go without food or water. Sometimes, I'm sure Aisha's familiar, any physician in the room would be familiar if you're doing an overnight shift and you don't even have time to go drink water, but you've built up that stamina to do that, and you feel good at the end of the day that you got through the night. That inner peace and tranquility, all of that comes with that fast, and those are the emotions that you feel. So these are still in the physical realm because they're part of this physical triangle of CPT, the action, thoughts, and emotions. But what you really want, this is the spiritual result. This is the connection with Allah Ta'ala. This is in the Quran on me. So they should hear my call and believe in me that they may walk in the right way. So this is the spiritual result of fasting that has been described in the Quran, that right way that leads to spiritual progress. That's what you're trying to get with fasting. All right, so now I'm going to talk about a book. The translation is here. It's called The Teachings of Islam. was written in Urdu. This is an English translation by Hazrat Mirza Ghulam Ahmed, and it has an awesome explanation of the body-spirit connection. Essentially, that's one of the main topics. There was an interfaith jalsa that was held sometimes in the 1900s, I don't know the exact year, in India, where the three major religions in India at that time, which was Christianity, Hinduism, and Islam, their representatives, I have the year right there, okay, 1896, that's when it happened. So all three religions were invited to sort of a symposium like this, and their representatives had to give their point of view on 4 commonly asked questions, and Hazrat Mirza Ghulam Ahmed wrote an essay about those questions that was read out and then published as a book later. So the first question they had was that, what does your religion say about the physical, moral, and spiritual states of man? And he spent the major part of his paper just talking about this connection. I'm just going to read out a translation of what he wrote as sort of like an introduction. He said, according to the Holy Quran, the physical state of man has a very strong relationship with his moral and spiritual states. So much so that even a person's manner of eating and drinking affects his moral and spiritual states. If the natural state of a person is subjected to the control of the directions of divine law, it becomes his moral state and deeply affects his spirituality. That is why the Holy Quran has laid stress on physical cleanliness and postures and their regulations in relation to all worship and inner purity and spiritual humility. Reflection confirms that physical conditions deeply affect the soul. For instance, when our eyes are filled with tears, even if the tears are artificially induced, the heart is immediately affected and becomes sorrowful, and vice versa. So, this is why he says you cannot gain spiritual elevation in isolation. You can't go sit in a cave and do nothing and get close to Allah. You have to live in this world, follow the injunctions, use your body, and only then can you attain spiritual elevation. So the fourth case study that I want to talk about was food guidance, and that's because he focuses on this in this book. And I want to thank Brother Umar at the back, who did a lot of the research, and unfortunately, I will not be able to quote all of it, but there is really overwhelming evidence about how food affects what we feel and what we do, and our emotions and our spirits and everything. So basically, the summary is food impacts man's character. This is what Hazrat Saab wrote in his book. And he gave an example that birds and animals that are meat eaters are more aggressive / brave, and herbivores are meek and docile. This is sort of his words in Urdu translated into English. And what he says is it's important to have a balanced diet to maintain a well-balanced personality. So if you're overly aggressive, that's not good because you're going to going around picking fights. But if you're overly docile, you will not stand up for the truth, maybe, or So he talks about how it's important to balance everything in your diet to be able to do this. So I'm just going to quote just one study out of the many that Brother Umar was able to find for me, which they undertook to see the concept of neuromodulation through diet, sort of how what you eat affects what your thoughts are and what your emotions are. And just like before I get into the study, I think we don't need a study. Everyone in this room has seen a kid after they had a can of soda that was full of sugar and caffeine. They're running around like crazy. They're full of energy. They're going around in circles sometimes. And that's a sugar high. We call that a sugar high, but that's really your diet, and it's affected a child's brain and set them off, right? So there have been studies showing that the balance of carbohydrates to proteins in your breakfast is going to alter behavior. So they studied behavior in terms of response to specific tests in 2 groups, one on a high-carb protein diet and one on a low-carb protein diet. And they found a difference in statistically significant difference in their behavior and response. And this was found to be related to reduction in tyrosine levels. right? So they were able to put it all together and look at the neurotransmitters and in your brain that are affected even by, we already know about micronutrients that affect, I think there's been a lot of research, but even macronutrients, just how much carbohydrate and protein you're eating, is gonna affect the neurotransmitters in your brain and in turn affect your emotions and what you're doing, which is sort of what Hazrat Sahib talked about. So I'm gonna divide my talk about food into two things. One is the general injunctions related to food, which for me, I think are really key. And then on the second slide, there will be the prohibited foods, which unfortunately gets talked about the most, I think. But the general injunctions related to food in the Quran are, number one, and eat and drink and be not extravagant. Surely he loves not the extravagant. So really, balanced diet, that's all the Quran, that's like the basic principle. O men, eat of the lawful, halal, which means lawfully acquired, like the income that you use to buy that food, or you didn't like steal it from someone. Someone was not hungry next to you when you were eating that. It was lawfully acquired. And good, which is tayyib, pure things from what is in the earth. Eat of the good things, and that we have provided you with, and give thanks to Allah if He it is whom you serve. So in this verse, the spiritual part of it starts coming in. So it's telling you what to eat. It should be pure, it should be balanced, but at the same time, gratitude, which is like a powerful, positive emotion that is recognized. So give thanks to Allah, and then if He it is you serve. So again, bringing at that connection that, that the person that you're serving, the one that provided you with the food, is the one you're grateful to. And then the last one, and they give food out of love to Him, to the poor and the orphan and the captive. And there's like tons of verses related to sharing of food. That's like one of the, I would say one of the most basic things, like providing food for people. Aisha talked about it in the uphill road, feeding someone in the hour of need. It's a basic human right. And providing that for someone else is something that's part of the injunctions relating to food. The prohibited foods are, O you who believe, eat of the good things that we have provided you with and give thanks to Allah, if He it is whom you serve. He has forbidden you only what dies of itself, and blood, and the flesh of swine, and that over which other name than that of Allah has been invoked. Then whoever is driven by necessity, not desiring nor exceeding the limit, no sin is upon him. Surely Allah is forgiving, merciful. So again, forgiveness, mercy, if you do make a mistake, no problem. The prohibited things are like these big 4 things, and they all kind of make sense. What dies of itself is probably diseased and may get you sick. Blood has lots of germs and bacteria that's going to get you sick. Flesh of swine is something, Brother Omar tried to do some research for me for this as well, and he actually did find a study that showed that alcohol consumption and consumption of pork was related to a higher risk of developing multiple sclerosis. But other than that, most of the studies in the medical world lump the flesh of swine or pork with other red meat. So it's very hard to tease out what is what, right? So there isn't medical literature to support this per se, but this is something that even traditionally in previous cultures and religions has been forbidden. And again, with our faith in Allah, we sort of then take it as there has to be a rational reason. We just need to do research and figure it out. All right, so now I come to, I think this was something that I learned a lot of things in preparing this talk because, I want to actually just mention this, that I am not a scholar of Islam at all. I'm a pediatric oncologist, so this is not really something that I've ever studied in school. But that's the beauty of Islam, is that you don't need to be a scholar or imam. We have these books, again, Teachings of Islam and Religion of Islam. These two were enough to get me a lot of information that's in here and a lot of other. So we're just taught over and over in the Quran to ponder and think about the Quran and make sense out of it for ourselves and apply it to our lives. And so one of the things with this food thing was that it always bothered me, why is there so much in the Quran about food? And right where it has these final verses about the injunctions related to what is forbidden to eat, this is the verse that comes right after. Al-yawma akmalta lakum dinakum. This day have I perfected for you your religion and completed my favor to you and chosen for you Islam as a religion. So why this? Right after you have something trivial, food, something we eat every day, God says, I've completed my religion, I've told you what to eat, and now I've completed my religion for you and given you a full set of instructions. So why this placement? So anyone have any idea how many hours a day we spend eating? Just yell out a response. How many hours a day do we spend eating? Or how many, anyone? 3. Okay, Akram bhai, 3. All right, more? Anyone else? 4. Malia's 4. Anyone else? Malia's getting warmer a little bit, but not there at all. Any idea how many hours a day do we spend? 14 minutes. Oh my God. Okay. All right. So even though we think we only have 3 meals a day, oh, did I skip? Sorry. Okay, I'm going to come back to this and I'll go to that triangle. So we spend about 15 hours of the day. And this is based on where they had like some kind of cell phone app or whatever, where they put in, and this does not include water, so we're probably drinking water even more. So the gray area is when people are, can you guys see that picture? Yeah. So the gray area is when you're sleeping, and the white area is when you're awake, and all those dots are when you ate something, like just picked up a peanut and snacked on it, bag of chips, have picked up a soda and drank it, had a cup of tea. So about 15 hours a day are spent eating. So now I'm going to come back to this triangle again. Think about if we did this triangle. Actually, we don't do this triangle every time we eat, but if we did it based on the Quranic injunctions. So every time we ate, we would think about the choice of food. Is it pure? Is it lawful? Is it clean? And we would say the name of Allah when consuming it. Feel that gratitude. So every time you eat, and again, like choice of food, you may choose not to eat after you do this, for 15 hours a day, right? So if you think about all these things, it's automatically going to be a source of spiritual uplift because you've felt the gratitude that you had that food. You've thought about how you got it. Was it lawful? You've thought about, are there other people that are hungry that could benefit if I gave half or a quarter of this meal away to someone? So those are all things that the Quran tells you to do every time you eat. And I think it's probably impossible for all of us to do this with every meal. But even if we did one thing, I think it would gradually lead to spiritual elevation. Again, the thoughts would be, how is the food obtained? Is it appropriate for me? And then the eventual emotions that you would feel would be gratitude, appreciation, and eventually spiritual purity. So this means every couple of, every hour at least, you could be feeling this triangle and getting closer and closer to Allah Ta'ala, because food is such an important part of our life. And that's why I think, because Islam needs to be a part of our life, it's a way of life, it's a deen. And that's why there's so much about food in the Quran. So yeah, this is that. So to conclude, every physical guidance in the Quran has a rational physical explanation that we are discovering increasingly about as science progresses. We're finding more and more out about science, and as we do, we realize, the Quran also tells us to do this. The Quran itself provides both rational explanations and the spiritual impact of every guidance. It tells you why you should do this. What we need to do as Muslims is to reflect, understand, and follow these to enjoy the full spiritual benefit of our deen. Hazrat Mirza Ghulam Ahmad in his book says, the purpose of the Quran is to convert man from an animal to human, that is just following your animal instincts to having manners, and from a human to a moral human being, and ultimately from just a moral human being to a God-conscious human being, which is where you connect with Allah, which is known as the nafs-e mutmainna, that again, Aisha, thank you very much, referred to in her presentation. So this is the ultimate for all actions, is that every action that you do, you say this, say my prayer and my sacrifice, and my life, your life includes everything that you do, and my death, are surely for Allah, the Lord of the worlds. It is when you have that level of commitment and a pure heart, and you come to Allah Ta'ala with that, and then the promise is, O soul that art at rest, return to thy Lord well-pleased, well-pleasing. So enter among my servants and enter my garden. And the garden is in this life. It's obviously, there's a hereafter that we think about, but it's really finding peace in whatever you have in this life, and making Islam an everyday part of our life can help Would you do that? I'm going to end with the dua that I started with. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanatan wa fil akhirati hasanatan wa qina azaban nar. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Halima. We have a final presentation for the day. And this presentation deals with an important topic, that of grief and what Islam provides in terms of grieving and the healing process. Our presenter is Mr. Sadruddin Saukan. Mr. Saukan is from Canberra, Australia. He's the president of the Australian branch of the Lahore Ahmadiyya movement. He is an extremely active member in the interfaith community in Australia. He's the president of the Interfaith Association for 16 years. They won't let him get off. He's tried. He's also received the Order of Australia medal from the Australian government for his interfaith work. We are very fortunate to have him here today. Many of you might think he is a local member of our community because he's here every year, and we're so pleased to have him back. Mr. Saukan.
I begin in the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My talk is on grief and healing, mindfulness and perspective in times of loss. Grief is a powerful and deeply personal experience that affects us in many ways. Healing can be difficult and uncertain as everyone processes loss differently, and some endure more loss than others. A key part of healing is acceptance, slowly and gently surrendering to the reality of the loss, even when it feels unbearable. One practice that can offer support during painful times is mindfulness. Not just being aware of our emotions, but engaging in thoughtful reflection on the deeper purpose of life. This kind of mindful reflection helps ground our grief in a broader spiritual perspective, opening the door to hope and eventual healing. This brings us to the profound connection between mindful acceptance and the essence of Islam. In Arabic, the word Islam means total submission or surrender to the will of God. In this definition, one sees that acceptance is an integral aspect of the word, that one submits by peacefully accepting the will of God, not unwillingly or by force, but rather voluntarily and with gratitude. So the qualities of acceptance and gratefulness that have become important aspects of mindfulness in society today are inherent in the very word and foundation of Islam. And this understanding of mindful living can provide meaningful guidance in navigating the complex and highly personal journey of grief. Grief, like joy, is part of the human experience. Islam acknowledges it totally. Even Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings of Allah be upon him, the exemplar of the spiritual strength, he expressed grief when his son Ibrahim passed away. He wept. His companions were surprised. And he said, "Tears of grief are a mercy." This teaches us grief is not a sign of weakness. It is deeply human. And in the words of the Prophet Muhammad himself, peace and blessings of Allah be upon him, it's even a kind of mercy. But grief is not the same as complete despair. Feeling sad and missing somebody deeply is different from losing all hope. Grief also isn't always tied to personal loss. It can arise from a place of deep love and moral concern when we see others suffer or turn away from truth and guidance. This is a form of spiritual grief which comes from longing for others to find peace, purpose, and closeness to the divine. The Prophet himself experienced this broader aspect of sorrow, which is reflected in the Holy Quran. Perhaps you would kill yourself with grief over them, O Muhammad, if they do not believe in this message. This verse shows the extent of his compassion, not just in private moments of loss, but also in his deep care for others' spiritual well-being. His sorrow was grounded in love and sincerity, reminding us that even in this form of grief is part of the prophetic legacy. Islam gives us tools to cope with all forms of grief in ways that are healthy and constructive. It also reminds us that even in our darkest moments, we are not meant to lose our sense of purpose nor our hope in this life. According to Islam, the very purpose of this life is to develop closeness to God, a closeness that is nurtured by striving to become more God-like in one's character. And this means growing in qualities such as mercy, patience, justice, and compassion. When we truly embrace this perspective, even the most sorrowful situations can be placed within a broader context, preventing a grief from overwhelming in our entire being. The Holy Quran affirms that trials are a part of life and serve as opportunities for spiritual growth. Allah says, "And we shall certainly try by you with something of fear and hunger and loss of property and lives and fruits, and give good news to the patient." Hardship then is not random or meaningless. It is an opportunity for spiritual refinement. Through trials, we are invited to cultivate patience, compassion, and resilience, virtues that, when sincerely adopted and lived out, help us endure suffering whilst drawing nearer to God. Grief, in particular, is a powerful emotional experience that can awaken humility, deepen empathy, and motivate acts of generosity. How often does hearing of someone else's hardship stir a desire to help, to give, or to simply show kindness? Islam not only encourages this emotional depth, it enriches as it provides certain perspectives that, when adopted and exhibited in daily life, can serve as a powerful coping mechanism during times of hardship or distress. These perspectives help transform pain into purpose and grief into a pathway for healing, connection with others, and spiritual elevation. As we navigate this journey, Islamic teachings offer two principles to ground and support us during moments of deep sorrow. The first is muraqabah, which refers to always being aware of God's presence and being mindful of the fact that God is the creator of everything we have, including our respective lives and material things. To Him belongs everything. This concept is aptly conveyed in the following verse of the Holy Quran, where Allah says, "When a misfortune befalls you, say, we all belong to God, and certainly to Him we must all return." And the other concept is tawakkul, which is meaning trust in God. Trusting in God's wisdom and decree can help individuals cope with loss. We accept God's will regardless of what they may be. Everyone will experience trials and tribulations as part of this life's journey. These trials and tribulations are not meant to punish, but they are rather opportunities to facilitate the development of one's own soul. The Holy Quran emphasizes that one must trust in the divine plan, that everything, the good and the bad, are divinely planned to provide for the development of one's soul. So together, muraqabah and tawakkul help us to see grief in a new light. They don't ask us to hide our pain, but to face it with trust and awareness, knowing that even our sorrow can bring us closer to God. Maulana Rumi, the 13th century poet and a theologian, explains that profound understanding of the spiritual benefits of pain and sorrow with the following enlightening words, quote, "The wound is where the light enters you." The primary mechanism provided in the Quran for dealing with grief and distress is to develop the quality of patience. I'll share two verses of the Holy Quran in Surah Al-Baqarah, and most of you will be familiar with it. And the first is, "O you who believe, seek assistance through patience and prayer. Indeed, Allah is with those who have patience." This verse emphasizes that patience is essential for preserving through hardship or loss. And it is this patience that allows us to live day by day and ultimately find peace. For those who are religious, this verse also incorporates the idea that God is the source of this patience as He carries us through these stages. The comfort of knowing that God is with you all along, every step of your affliction, can bring great peace into one's heart. Similarly, the verse encompasses a deeper Islamic concept, which is the fact that tests and trials in life are necessary for spiritual development. Along with this comes powerful reassurance that God knows how much each soul can bear. And those who have the greatest capacity of iman, faith, are shown the greatest burdens. And these are mindful of the fact that God will not impose on us any form of loss or hardship that we cannot handle or bear. In the verse that I've referred to earlier on, Allah imposes not on any soul a duty beyond its scope. Having a firm belief in the idea that no burden is placed on a person that he or she cannot handle. This is Allah's promise. Quran Sharif says that. It provides confidence and reassurance. Confidence and reassurance that one has the strength to overcome all obstacles. It instills confidence that even when circumstances are painful and challenging, one possesses the inner strength and inherent abilities granted by God to endure and overcome. And this belief lays the foundation for developing true patience. Not merely waiting for pain to pass, but actively facing it with the faith and resilience. In Islam, patience doesn't mean the absence of grief. Rather, it is willingness to stay connected to God during sorrow. Through prayer, through mindful reflection, and through resisting despair. It's remembering that life has a higher purpose and that beyond this struggle lies something far greater. I return to God. Probably the most difficult challenge one experiences in life is coping with the loss of someone, of the loved one, be it your wife, be it your husband, be it your father, whoever as close as that. Such a loss brings profound grief for most people. Yet Islam offers a deeply comforting perspective on death and in the hereafter, providing a meaningful way to cope with this kind of pain. Death is not the end. Rather, it is a transition to the next life, a return to God. And this profound truth is touchingly captured in a verse of the Holy Quran again, and we see this in a new light. Surely we all belong to God, and to Him that we must all return. Earlier on, we reflected on this verse where in the context of accepting the trials and tribulations with awareness of God's presence. But in moments of deep personal loss, the meaning becomes even more intimate, reminding us that the ones we love have returned to the one who made them. So very important to understand that. And the truth is further echoed in another verse. Everyone on it that is on the earth passes away, and there endures forever only the person of your Lord, the Lord of glory and honor. And this reminder affirms that whilst our losses may feel overwhelming, they are part of the fleeting nature of worldly existence, whereas God's presence and glory remain eternal. This sentiment, widely shared in both Islamic and, as I see a lot of Christian brothers and sisters, and in Christian traditions, reflects a powerful truth. Our loss is great, but God is greater. In this truth, we find solace. We also find profound comfort in the response of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, peace and blessings of Allah be upon him, when a man asked him about the hour, the day of judgment. The man asked the Holy Prophet, when will the hour be? The Prophet replied, what have you prepared for it? And the man answered, nothing except that I love Allah and His Messenger. And the Prophet's reply was, you will be with those whom you love. Just keep that in mind. It's a big consolation. It's very comforting, which encourages you to do the right thing, to go to the right place in the life hereafter, because you will be there with the ones you love. And this promise fills the grieving heart with hope. Without this perspective, the loss of a loved one can feel absolutely devastating, as though it marks a final and absolute end. But according to the Islamic tradition, God reminds us that what seems like an end is actually a return, a beginning to something far greater. And this beautiful viewpoint is echoed again in, and I quote Maulana Rumi. He writes, please just listen to this, it's so very important and so fitting. He says, and he writes, when I die, when my coffin is taken away, you must never think I am missing the world. You must never think I'm missing the world. Don't shed any tears. Don't lament or feel sorry. I'm not falling into a monster's abyss. When you see my body being carried, don't cry for my leaving. I'm not leaving. I'm arriving. I'm arriving at eternal love. When you leave me in the grave, don't say goodbye. Remember, a grave is only a curtain for the paradise behind. And I have to repeat this. I need to repeat this. Remember, a grave is only a curtain for the paradise behind. You'll see me descending into a grave, but no, I will rise. How can it be an end when the sun also sets and the moon also descends? It may look like an end or the end, but what might seem like a sunset is really a dawn. It is only when the grave takes your body that your soul is freed. Have you never seen a seed fallen to earth rise again with a new life? Why then should you doubt the rise of the seed named human? Islam further deepens this understanding through its teaching on the nature of heaven and hell, not as a fixed places of reward and punishment, but as reflections of the soul's inner conditions. A person who was at peace with God in this life will find themselves in a heavenly state in the next life. One who remained distant from God and was in a fiery state of distress in this life will be in a hellish state in the next. But even this is not without hope, because in Islam, hell is not an eternal punishment, but a means of purification, a reformation, a process through which a soul is prepared to receive divine mercy and eventual peace. The goal is always a reunion with the divine. The belief that death is not the end, but a return to God, and that even suffering leads the soul towards its ultimate reunion with the divine, is beautifully captured in the words of, again, Maulana Rumi, where he says, quote, "This place is a dream. Only a sleeper considers it real. Then death comes like dawn, and you wake up laughing at what you thought was your grief." So this world with all its struggles, joys, and griefs is not the ultimate reality. We wake up from the dream of life into a greater spiritual reality. We realize that the things we grieved weren't as real or permanent as we once believed it to be. Such reflections remind us that the journey towards peace in the hereafter begins with cultivating peace in this life. By developing these qualities of mindfulness and drawing on them in times of grief and hardship, a person can nurture a sound heart, one that is at peace with themselves, at peace with others, and at peace with God. So in conclusion, Islam offers meaningful coping mechanism to help navigate the path of loss, centered on practicing acceptance, gratitude, and patience. These qualities, combined with mindful remembrance of a living God, provide deep spiritual support during times of grief. And that also reminds me of another Quran, verse of the Holy Quran, where Allah says, "Surely in God's remembrance, do hearts find rest." This remembrance being profound comfort that brings profound comfort and tranquility to the grieving heart. Patience in particular is emphasized as the healing antidote that helps transform sorrow into strength. And Islam teaches that the purpose of this life is to develop closeness to God by growing in divine qualities such as mercy and compassion. And this perspective allows individuals to place their loss in a broader spiritual context, preventing despair from taking over. Moreover, Islam reminds us that life does not end with this world. There is a hereafter, a return to God, which brings comfort and hope beyond worldly loss. Ultimately, Islam guides us to see lost not as an end, but as a part of a greater journey back to our Creator, where the true peace and healing are found. This perspective provides invaluable benefit to the psychological wellness of a person. But the key for being able to put it into practice and for it to be firmly ingrained in one's personality is first to cultivate a sound heart. Today I stand here and I feel the absence of my sister-in-law, Mrs. Samina Malik. She was an exceptional lady, working tirelessly. She was and continues to be close to my heart. Her deeds are no secret to any of us. She was so very accommodating and generous. And I have absolutely no doubt that everyone present here will endorse my comments. I also have no doubt that you will all join me in praying for her, that she finds a place in the hereafter where she deserves to be. May her soul rest in peace. Thank you.
Well, folks, that brings us to the end of the program. We really hope you found the material informative and that you enjoyed your time with us today. Ultimately, we pray that the Almighty bless each one of you and that He help each one of us in our individual journeys to cultivate our hearts. Thank you so much for coming.